Okay, we will open this meeting of August 18th. Let the record show it's 4:30, and Selectman Jessamine is not present. Okay, our first appointment is here. You want to come up and talk with us? Would you rather it in non-public? Would be part of it? Okay. All right, I will...
So is that a yes to non-public?
No,
That is a no to non-public.
shut it off. So we don't mind speaking anything about that.
Okay.
So you don't want it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What we're gonna have to ask is if you approach the table and speak into the mic, because
Okay.
I can't hear you that well, and I'm sure you're not being picked up on tape. You're gonna,
Okay, so just bring your chairs up, and we're going to ask you to...
You want to check? Okay.
Okay, so I don't know if it's Norm Boudreau, Catherine Dawson. You've spoke with me on the
Howdy.
phone. And you've met Sandra. Okay.
could you just say who you are for the
Yeah,
record?
you bet. Yeah, my name is Frederick S. Nichols,
Okay.
III, from 131 Winter Street here in Tilton, New Hampshire, and to my right is my wife.
Jennifer Nichols, 131 Winter Street in Tilton, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Okay, so we just ask you that if you just speak into the mic so
Yeah,
that we
yeah,
can do it.
mine is-
That'd be super.
Okay.
Okay, so here we are in a situation where there's taxes owed on it, and I don't think that, since we talked yesterday, you remember I said that there was actually a 15%
Yes, I
on
sure
top
do.
of that.
Sure do. We stayed up most of the night trying to figure out a plan to not have to leave this town and our home, which we, with families helped purchase back in 1993. And we had been paying our taxes on time up until where we, in 1997, and I know I said 2008 is what I said on the phone, but our fire was in 2007, August. And at that stage of the game, we had 4 children, and we've always have been just above board raising a family. We don't have nice cars or even running cars all the time. So with this fire that happened to us, and that is certainly public record, it's not something we're making up, that might be the best excuse of all of getting as far behind it as we have. We tried to fix our home up based on the town set out cans, and then they raised $500-600.
We had no homeowners insurance,
Had no homeowners insurance, so it was something. And the fire was devastating enough where we couldn't live in there without spending a lot of money to put the side of the house back on. So we have certainly not lived a lavish life.
And the fire was caused by a grill and a malfunction, and we thought, hopefully they were gonna, we had, people that said they were gonna help us, and the grill company would help us, and they ended up not helping us.
Yeah, and I think that's relevant because on the second day when we found the adjuster to the people who owned the grill company that there was a defective and came in and took 50 to 100 photographs and interviewed us, and so for
Sent
quite a
their
long period
people.
of time, quite a long time, we thought that they were going to settle with us. Even a year and a half later, we had a postcard saying that the stove that was involved was on a recall. We got nowhere with them. We didn't hire a lawyer. We didn't have money. We certainly did the best we could discussing this with the principals of the company, and we felt like there was no resolve. We got no money. That certainly, had we gotten settled for the amount out of pocket, would have been more than to keep us from coming to a meeting like this today. And we apologize for we love this town, and we certainly take advantage of the stoplights and the municipalities, so we know we owe it. And after discussing for hours last night what we thought we could do to settle this debt, but we don't know from your end. We know how far it's gotten. It's gotten to the point where we read the letters seriously enough to respond yesterday, and I know that that's not an adult move to wait till the end.
And we're very scared about the 15%. If that is charged, I mean, I don't know how we'll be able to afford to stay here and our family. We have worked out a plan where if you could, God willing, forgive that 15%, we have a plan where we could, pay it off within a year and then get up to current, so that way we don't have problems.
Okay.
We tried to look at every way. We came up with 8-month, 10-month, and 12-month payments that would then cure the $16,000 and change it that we owe you, as well as keeping it up current so it doesn't get further behind. I'm not working right now. I had a business here in downtown Tilton for many years, and for a few reasons went out of business this year.
And I haven't worked in a couple of years. I'm having a really hard time finding a job. We have 4 children. They are adult children, but 2 of them still kind of live at our house, and we don't know what we're going to do if we lose our home. So we're hoping that you will work with us.
So why don't you tell us your plan?
Yeah, you bet. And it would be done
I have a question.
Yeah.
Question.
When was your fire?
August
2007.
of 2007. I had to look up my dad's obituary to find that date because he died 3 weeks afterwards, so you would think I would have remembered it. And so I told her on the phone it was a year after that, but I'm
Right.
not trying to bring it back a year to make it look better. That's public record, and I think the fire department even deemed that they felt that the stove was the problem with this. We really thought we should have been compensated. Had we been, we wouldn't owe so much to Home Depot, and we wouldn't owe the town of I believe we wouldn't owe the town of Tilton the amount that we do today. Maybe even nothing. So the plan, and it's just numbers with a calculator to know that the debt is $16,083. This is, once again, when we looked at the 15% of what the assessed value of the home is, we would have no other choice, and whatever your decision is, we will understand that, but we couldn't incorporate that into us being able to tell you what we could do every month. That 15%, I couldn't, that's a lot of money. So if we were given 12 months to pay this off, it would be $1,340.25 every month, bring it in, however. I don't know how this works, so if I make a mistake of how we would submit it to you, whether that be debited out of an account or a check in hand once a month so you get to see our faces in here, that would be the most feasible one for us, certainly. But we also brought it into 10 months and 8 months, not knowing how this works. I mean, you may give people 3 years, you may give people 3 weeks, I don't know.
Let me just back up here for a second before we do that. The $16,036 figure is based on if you paid that yesterday. Okay.
Yep.
So there's interest on that every day that you don't pay it.
Yep. Okay.
So if you don't pay this for a year, it's going to be a lot more than $16,036. That's not even adding into the penalty.
Sure.
Okay, just so you understand the scope of it, okay? I'm listening to you say that you're without a job, and yet you want to come up with a plan for $1,341 a month for 12 months. So How would that happen if you're both out of work?
Yeah. How do we derive of that?
How would you do that if you don't have an income?
Yep, we closed the store down, and we have somebody who worked for us for 10 years take the business over, take our inventory, hoping that he could sell it for us under an agreement starting in July that we would receive $3,500 a month for 24 months as a way of him starting his own business. We had a following there, and we just didn't want to see somebody else open it. We thought this was an opportunity for us to at least not panic for the next 24 months. Now, whether or not he holds up to it and we then have to go and borrow from family, we haven't approached them. But we, and the interest thing, we certainly knew that, but I don't know how to calculate interest. And I had some medical procedures done a while ago and was taken to court because I couldn't afford the $40,000. And they were able to stop the interest as long as I'm able to make payments on that, an agreed amount. And that was an experience in Superior Court I had this year. And I'm not saying you guys can do that, but
So
that,
the income is, he's still, you know, it's not a sale where we're going to get a lump sum of money.
Do you have a contract with them?
we do. It's
A
not
written contract?
Yeah, we do. It's
But-
not signed, and my
It's
wife
not a
and I-
binding contract.
Right, but we are also very,
We think we need to go back
Back
and
and
take
take
the
it
business back
over.
over in order to make sure we
To-
pay our
because-
bills. So even
because-
this person who we've helped get started, not with his money, but with our inventory, we have to approach him next and tell him that, you know,
we
we're
need to,
worried that if he doesn't follow through with this business, that we don't get that money, that we can't hold up to the obligation we're trying to make here. So, it is written, it isn't signed, and honestly, we're glad it isn't, because we think we need to go in there and take the business over and change it and hopefully make enough money to survive. So, we've not drawn money out of a hat. We do have that as you know, and if we can't come to agreement with him, we're going to have to find jobs out there.
When do you have when does that income start?
It started July of.
So it's already started, and you already get the income of,
$800 a week into a checking account. Into the business checking account, which was never closed down. At the time, it seemed like the right idea to close the business. My health issues have gone away, and my wife and I would like to
some issues, and,
thought it was the right thing to do.
but now we,
So he doesn't even know yet. And we thought, after we get done here today, that when he closes tonight, that we go and sit down with this person who is who's agreed to do this but has signed no contracts. We don't think it's going to be a legality problem taking it over. We not necessarily agree. We know we could do a better job and make a little more money at it. Yeah.
what are we, how old are your children?
24 to 19. They're adults.
So they're all adults.
But they still rely on their parents for money here and there. The oldest is going to be a nurse, hopefully, the end of this year, and but they still
They're
count
still
on
living
us.
in the house.
We have two daughters that still live with us, yes.
Doesn't mean they don't come to us asking for money to help out where we don't have them much, but they're our children.
Was there any reason that you did not contact the tax collector before this?
Embarrassment, shame, and stupidity after having a conversation with Pat. Yes, they have always been that kind of person that including the doctor's bills, thought it would just go away, I guess, and I know taxes don't go away.
Most people don't realize that in the town of Tilton, our tax collector allows you to make payments. Not all tax collectors do that. Very few do, but she actually will work with you. Yeah.
going over the website.
So you need to know that in the future going
And it's
forward.
not just a case of making payments to get caught up on back taxes. Once you're caught up, you can come in once a month to pay for your pending taxes, so that when you get that tax bill, you say, well, I've already paid half of this, and if you continue to make the payments, I mean, it's all...
That would be nice.
Always get in touch with her if you ever foresee any type of problem, because she will work with you.
It's ridiculous that we did not take advantage of that.
A lot of people don't know that.
It's shameful to admit why.
Well, it's always hard to say that, you're in so deep that you can't pay your bills. I understand that. I've been there. I'm still there sometimes. And I've been in a position where my taxes were in arrears. But I did go, and I wasn't living in Tilton. It wasn't Tilton at the time, but I did go and work out a deal with them, and I made payments, and I got it caught up. I wasn't in the situation you're in, but,
Hoping we can accomplish.
I mean, talking to anybody that you owe money to is probably better than ignoring them, because...
At my age, I should know that. And I'm learning.
Okay, so,
Nor did we think we'd sit in front of somebody who has had the same, not the same volume, but gone through that. Anything that you'll work out with us, we'll honor. And if something happens that we're not able to, we won't wait for a letter. We'll let you know. But like I said, if this doesn't work out tonight, taking the business back over in the very short future, that we would do other means. We don't have wealthy parents. We don't. They're not all still around, but we'll take every option we can to not lose this home, because we don't know what we would do.
There is no other option for you besides making payments each month?
We couldn't come up with one.
It's difficult because we can't relinquish the property back to you until the debt is paid. Right now, the town of Tilton owns it.
Owns it.
Owns it.
Yeah, okay.
So when the next tax bills come out, there are tax bills on that property. So it's added to the amount, do you see?
Yeah, I do.
It's hard for bookkeeping because you no longer have an account with us.
I do understand what you're saying.
You see?
I do.
So whatever we decide, it's difficult.
I can't say when we talked for hours last night that we thought that way. We do know, reading the print, that you own the home. Haven't taken into consideration what you just said there, certainly.
if we consider your option, it's 2 tax bills later, you see, so there's taxes added on into that. I think that's what the point Catherine is also making. There's extra taxes that are going to be added on into that as well, as interest, so we're not, right.
And is it always based on 18%?
No. You have to be, it starts out at 12%, right? The interest on unpaid taxes.
This would be at 18%.
I know, but I'm talking about the current, the taxes that they haven't received yet, the tax bills that are pending, like in December and next year, because as you said, I think it's,
12%, right.
I don't remember.
what is it, Catherine, do you recall?
12%, and then it goes to
18.
18.
But what's the line where it goes? Is that after the first posting? The first tax lien?
After 30 days,
At
it
30
goes to
days, right.
12%.
Right.
Once it goes to lien,
Which is a year.
which is a year, it goes to 18%, right? That bill they were trying to pass
Right.
messes with my,
So-
Fortunately, by letting it go until the property was deeded, then opens you up to the
Yeah, that,
penalties.
right now, this amount is at
Before we
18%.
deeded, a lot of this could have been eliminated.
I apologize to my wife. I've always handled the finances.
the other issue is,
Would love to have said that's what we did, but it isn't.
The other issue is, according to what we have in front of us here, which is the research that was done by the town clerk tax collector, is that Mass Bank and New Hampshire DRA also have interest in your house. Whether that's a mortgage, a lien, or whatever.
I think they might be liens. Well, Mass Bank has been, it was paid off by my father, and I've had to pay my mom monthly for this home. I think that
If
the only other lien that I'm aware of other than tax liens might be sewer. Not water, we're current with water, but I can't.
Well, again,
The
that would
sewer
be
lien is part of what
Part
we're
of my
talking
medical-
about.
My medical thing that went to Superior Court. I haven't,
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing. I mean, if Mass Bank still has an undischarged lien on your property, that's something you want to get cleared
thought
up,
that you said it
regardless.
was paid
Now
off.
it's not your property; it's our property.
Yeah.
the mortgage is paid off. I'm not sure what that pertains to.
Well,
Is-
I'm just telling you what I'm reading here. And,
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
New Hampshire DRA, and I made the statement when I sat
true.
down, how does New Hampshire DRA, Department of Revenue Administration, how do they acquire interest in someone's property?
Why?
Well, I know we got behind with them, but we settled up, they took money out of our
The
account.
New Hampshire Department of...
Yep, for the
Revenue.
business.
I think we've gotten off
business?
into an
Oh,
area that
okay.
doesn't
All
pertain
right,
to
so
what
you
we're
probably
discussing.
didn't pay
that they-
some business taxes or something?
That has to be, the Mass Bank I really don't understand because that was the initial loan for the home, which was paid off, so I'm not sure.
Or his father passed.
Because as I understand it, the town of Tilton gets precedence over any other lien holders on something like that. And usually, if you had a mortgage, for instance,
But it doesn't matter in this situation because we are now the
yes,
owners.
but what I was going to say is, if they had a mortgage, for instance, your mortgage company would be notified that the taxes were unpaid, and they usually pay it, and then they either turn around and tell you you have to pay it, or they start foreclosure.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that, this doesn't apply in this case, because you don't have a mortgage. Lucky people there, but, I mean, that's
Definitely look
how it
into
would happen with anybody else who did have a mortgage.
I really wouldn't even know how to go about that. When I pull my credit report to see what the numbers are, I do see the tax from the town of Tilton on there, but when I look at the Mass Bank line, this is what it was.
It could be something that, as you say, got paid off, but they never discharged the lien, and then if they don't
Contact.
discharge the lien, it's still
I've written that
there.
down to find out what that is all about.
That's something you need to
We-
figure out.
There aren't any bills that are coming into our home other than ones that we're aware of, and we were
It could be
presented to
just
you.
an old thing left
I
over.
really believe it is. And I know that the medical thing, they threatened to go and
Yeah,
put
That's not
these
a
on
lot
a
of
home.
information they're giving us.
Didn't have insurance, but he is in operation.
Yeah, but they wouldn't,
Wouldn't be Mass Bank, so I will find out what that is about. But
It's just those two
Okay.
entities that have interest in the
They do.
property. So
Okay.
whoever, as far as your medical issues, that doesn't
That's
show up
not
here.
on
That's not a case. But at any rate, I mean, is this something you think you can manage and live with?
we don't know what our other option is other than to pack up, move out, and you own it already. But that's not what we want to do. That's not what you probably want to do, especially in this time. So.
and our kids are here.
Well, we have a difficult situation here because you have a few years of back taxes, and we've deeded the property, and now in essence, what you would like to do is pay us monthly for another year, but while you're paying us for the last 4 years, you're living there in the house, and, you're not paying rent, you're not paying mortgage, and you're just paying the town of Tilton for the last 4 years. So,
We do pay $500 on the 15th. I haven't told my mom the situation that we're in right now, but when she came up to visit today, she lives in Sunapee, I asked her if we could have a few more days on the $500 a month that we pay her till whatever amount it was that we paid for this home that was left on it is taken care of, but we're hoping that won't have a heart attack and we tell her this, and that we won't have an extra $500 going out monthly towards the home. I mean, it was something my father did. He paid it off when he knew he was sick and never asked us for money, but when my father passed away, we agreed to pay my mother $500 a month, and that is something I would have no problem getting proof of with checks, and I'm not sure if...
Well, I'm not even...
No, and maybe I'm rambling. If you guys have been in this situation with others before, tell us what you think we should do.
I think that we need to, I would be more comfortable, myself personally, I'd be more comfortable to know that that the income that you're telling me is going to be on a regular basis. Don't want to make a decision based on income that could stop next month or 2 months from now. It's you're saying that, yeah, so we've got the income coming in, but we don't have any proof of the income on a regular basis coming in. For me, that's one portion. I would like to somehow be able to incorporate the interest earned over the next, where the figures are, see where the figures would be a year from now. We'll pick a date a year from now to say, where would the numbers actually be when it's paid off? If in fact you're, from this day on to August of 2012, when the taxes actually get paid off, what would the final figure be? You know, because once you, without the penalty, I'd like to see those figures first.
Does it, as we make payments on it, does that help to bring down the penalty and the interest? Obviously, no.
Well, as you make payments,
here.
the interest only
Here.
accrues on the unpaid balance.
Only on that, okay. Okay, so it lessens a little bit.
It's still going to accrue at that rate, but it will only be on the unpaid balance. And if you have, you probably do, but unpaid taxes for this year, they're accruing interest after 30 days at the rate of 12%. It won't be until next year when they go to lien that they'll kick in at 18%. So, I mean, it's not, you can't say that I'm going to be paying 18% interest on all this.
I'd like to see from you more documentation that you're going to have the income coming into you, that you're going to be able to pay this. I think I'd like to see that. Then I would like to get the consensus of the board, but I'd like to take this under consideration and then get back to you once you produce to us the documentation that you have this income coming in, and you know what that income is. If you say that I have, you know, $3,500 a month, and out of that $3,500, this is my household expenses, I can afford to do this much to you each month, then, and we have documentation that every month that's going to come in, then I want to see that. That's what I want to see.
I didn't want to interrupt you. We can either show you the contract that we've written up, but her and I discussing it, we think we're going to go back in and take the business over. That way we know what money's coming in, and that we,
Okay.
you know, it's
But
not somebody else. So I understand you need documentation.
I'm not going to base my decision on, I think that we have a very compassionate group here. I think our town clerk has been more than compassionate in her dealings in making room for allowances for payments and things. But I don't want to base our decisions on I thinks or maybe there is, so you can understand our position. That I think that we really need some hard facts here. I understand you're sitting before me, and it's probably one of the most difficult things that you've done in a long time, to do that, I applaud you, but we need to have some facts behind that to say, this is what we can do, and come back with that information. You don't have to sit in front of us, but come back with that documentation, and then let us make a decision with that. You know, give the documentation to Catherine. She works all day here. Just go right into her office, give her the documentation, she'll seal it for us, and then we can make a decision based on that information, the documentation that you have.
Now-
Is that the consensus of the board?
Yeah, I mean, all I have, just another thing, is there, I mean, you talked about taking your business back, and, you know, I don't really know a lot about your business and how many, if it takes both of you to run this business or not, but is there any physical reason as to why that would prevent either of you from getting a job? I mean,
Only not being able to get one, because so many people are looking for one. but
I
no,
hear you on that.
Physically, no.
I hear you. Okay, so, I mean, I think that if it's possible for, say, one of you to run the business and the other one to go out and find another job, that additional income is going to be,
Absolutely.
you know, and it does, you know, I mean, I'm not asking you to find Bill Gates's job.
Wish I could, but yeah, I know.
No, but I mean,
I hear
even
you.
if you go to the local supermarket and you're working part-time at the deli counter or whatever, I mean, it's saying they're working toward, and, you know, and I don't want you to think that I think less of you because you're not working, because I'm in your boat. You know, but I'm working part-time and I'm trying to do whatever I can. The other thing is, I want you to know that I, for one, am not about putting people out of their homes for any reason.
She discussed it as one of the scariest things we've ever done. And pretty much everything else you've said, we've talked about. That she will go out and get a job and I will run the business. To get a day off on her days off, she'll come in there. We at our age need health insurance and things like that too. So we don't think being self-employed for both of us is the answer by any means. So your suggestions to us, I can promise you that through our discussions, we know what we have to do.
Okay.
You need to understand the law allows you 3 years to buy your property back, but during those 3 years, the town can remove you from that property and encumber it any way we see fit to derive an income from. We can lease it to other people. This is not a situation you ever want to get in. Is there any possibility of, I don't know what your finances are on the property or if you even own your business, but is there any possibility of a second mortgage or getting some equity?
See, I thought about loans, so I haven't tried. I don't know. My credit score isn't atrocious, so maybe, but to thinking about, even after talking to her, do I go to the bank, say this is what I owe, can I get a loan for this? Now, without a job, it seemed like it wouldn't be even an option for me. I don't want to take back the business from my friend who has it, but I don't think we have any choice of that matter. So I think once I get my job back, take the business back, and I, you know, gonna lose a friend over that, but my family and I know how she feels. That opportunity would be much greater than it is today, sitting here only with an agreement with a friend.
Okay. So if you can get that information, get documentation from us, possibly talk with the bank, see where they would go, what they would do. There's some options here for you. And then once we get the information, we'll look at it again and then make our final decision. All right?
And
Okay.
I think the next thing I do want to say is, if we agree to all this, I would like you to be prepared to put some earnest money up front as soon as possible that says, yes, I'm in on this too, and here's, and, you know, I mean, it would have to be, I'm not looking for like a payment of $1,300 right up front, but it would have to be a substantial amount, not just, you know, some small token.
Right. Totally understand that.
We feel like you're since the day we got to this town, we've been treated nothing else but the way you described you are from everybody. And I'm not sure exactly why she's upset, but I don't want her to not have a chance if there's something you're holding back on you.
Oh,
I know
no,
it's
no,
scary.
no.
It's pride for me. I wanted to take care of my wife and family, and now I put her in this situation. So we understand we've gotten nothing more than an understanding of what we have to do. And if we can't do it, we'll let you know, but we're gonna.
We have
Just
to.
know that the law allows you time to purchase the property back. It's not something that this municipality can sell tomorrow or even next week, but the law gives you 3 years to repurchase your property. The problem is that money is at 18% right now.
Yeah.
So the figure is adding up. And plus, the law allows us to add that 15% of the assessed value of the property, so
Which is a great deal.
whatever you can do, my suggestion is, if you have a mortgage holder, talk to them, even though you don't have a job. Usually, they're pretty good about working with you. So my advice to you is talk to your mortgage holder, see what they'll do. I would go down every road you could think of.
Yeah, we haven't wanted to approach family, but I promise you, the mortgage holder is my mom, you know, and her.
Yeah, go down every road you can.
This is you can take this with you. This is the latest,
Of what it would be. Yep.
just for the,
That's with the 15.
right.
So,
The
do we have a
16,136.
time period to come back? I mean, what, and exactly?
As soon as you
That's a-
can.
As soon as you can, because you
okay.
have to understand that there's 18%
Yep.
every day that's, I mean, there's,
Well, and also the law allows us to put you out of the home
Yep.
and actually rent it to somebody else if
Oh,
you see
it's-
fit.
there's
I mean,
two in here.
Not that we're going
Oh,
to,
okay.
but
for some reason,
Yep, so ASAP.
you're not in a good situation. So as soon as we can clear this up, the better for you.
the better that you are.
Right.
Just don't ignore it because it's not going.
And like I said, you don't have to come in to us, but if you just, that's Catherine Wozner, if you go in, she's in the office on the side there, just go down, talk with her, give her the information that you have, and she'll see to it that we get it.
I will not be absent again,
Okay,
okay?
all right,
Thank you very
appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you all.
Yeah, nice meeting you
Good
too.
night.
No, you can leave it right there, another one, we have another appointment. Thanks, Fred, bye-bye.
I forgot to wash my glasses. I can't see it.
Okay, our next appointment, I believe, is here for Milford Trust. Is that it? All right, why don't you come on up here? I'm Pat Constantino. LaFleur, okay.
Hi, Kevin LaFleur.
Norm Boudreau.
Hi, nice to see you again.
We have Catherine Dawson, so
Do we need to wait for...
she'll be right here.
Should be right there.
Okay, this is in regard to two pieces of property on Sanborn Road, R19-15-5 and R19-15-6. That we deeded on August 11th. Okay. We have our paperwork, so go ahead.
Again, I'm here representing Milford Trust. I do have a power of attorney if you need that. I would just like to say that...
Do we have a copy of that power of attorney?
Sure.
Catherine, can we make a copy of the power of attorney, please?
I believe there was a number of emails that went back from our office in Massachusetts to here, kind of explaining what happened
Can you
with
read
this, with these taxes and the timely manner that they did not get handled. I'm not sure if you had time to read that or not, or... Okay.
We've had
So,
it.
you know, on the, I think at the 11th, the day the taxes were officially due, I had sent a gentleman down...
I'm sorry, do you have identification?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Yes, I had received the checks and was asked to bring them down to the tax collector. So that morning, I had a serviceman come down and drop the checks off. At that point, he was advised that they were not going to be accepted because they were not cash or cashier's checks or certified checks. So the gentleman came back to the office and stated to me that they would not accept them. I had an appointment that afternoon. So I just simply kept the checks, and the office had said, could you please go to my local bank, get cashier's checks, and bring them down. So as soon as I finished my appointment, I went to the bank and came to bring the cashier's checks in, and I was told they were not accepted still because it was afternoon time.
You received a certified letter from the town indicating both of those facts.
Yes, not me personally, but the person that did send me the checks up, yes, did receive that.
And the town was contacted more than a month ago.
Right. More than a month and a half ago, the town clerk's tax collector's office was contacted and asked for a payoff figure.
Okay.
At that point, you were given the payoff figure, and you were made aware that on August 11th it was going to deed, and again, you were also made aware that you needed a bank check or cashier's check, cash.
Okay.
At that time, that was a month and a half ago.
Yes.
So coming in that day with a company check was not acceptable, and now you understand why it wasn't acceptable. We've
Yes.
already told your office it wasn't, and it was written in your certified letter that it would only be a payment must be in a form of a bank check, certified check, or cash.
And all I would say into that is that when the gentleman went down this morning and attempted to give the checks to the town, they did not, again, it is written, it was on notice, but it wasn't brought back to me saying that if I had not got down here by noontime, it was probably 10:30 in the morning at this time.
But you have a notice here that, in your notice, that went out to you, certified, and you signed it, that it was really highlighted in big bold letters, Thursday, August 11th, 2011, by noon. This is the actual letter that went out to you, certified mail, and that was July 8th that it went out to you. So, and you folks signed it on July 11th.
Yes.
So I don't understand how come you're telling me now that you did not know that it was by noon on August 11th?
Again, there was some, how can I say, employee changes down at our headquarters.
But that employee changes, my understanding is, when they called a month and a half ago,
Okay.
they explained to the town clerk tax collector, deputy town clerk tax
okay.
collector, that's what you were going through, that you just found the files, that there was some changes in the office, and there was some embezzling going on, and that you now no longer have that person.
Correct.
And you just found this on their files, and they were very nice and gave you figures and said, listen, you need to get in here. This is what's happening. It's going to go to deed on August 11th by noon. And then this went out shortly after that, again to remind you that this is what's happening here. You need to pay attention because this is what's happening. This is going out again, and payment needs to be in the form of a bank check, or certified check, or cash. So I think in all fairness to the town of Tilton, we've made every effort to try to resolve this. And if I look in the past history of this property, it's always paying the very last minute for the lien. Just enough to get the lien out of there, just enough to get the deed out of there, and that's
Well,
what happens.
times have been difficult.
I understand that, but for a long time, and, this time it didn't happen. If you're going to come in here and say, geez, I'd really like you to, I understand what your letter is, I apologize for the lateness and so on and so forth. If you're going to put that onus on the town of Tilton, please don't, because that onus doesn't come to the town of Tilton. That onus is very clear to Milford Trust and the people that are, that's the responsibility.
In all fairness, I just would ask you to reconsider that. And again, it's clear it was as you can show, was put on notice. But there is, in the last part of the title of taxation, that the municipality has the ability to grant, to not, in fact, impose that.
We do.
And I guess I, with all respect, ask you if you could waive that.
You know, there is an awful lot of work that's involved in the town, a lot of work in processing properties when people don't pay their taxes. There's a lot of obligations in the town, if you just, look through RSA 8089, which dictates what we must do, and the paperwork that must be done. I would consider that if I wasn't made aware of the fact that either you or your company contacted the town over a month ago. So you had plenty of time. Plenty of time. Now we've had to go through that process because those taxes weren't paid when we were contacted over a month ago. We've had to go through the labor of filing this, of processing all this information that's required by law. So,
I guess I would ask, is there an actual cost to that? I mean, is there a way for that to be actually, documented that, you're right, if there is a cost and stuff, $8,000, I feel that on a $5,000 or $6,000 total amount of taxes is just a lot. And I know it costs a lot to process this information and do what you guys have to do, but is there a way to find out what in fact was spent and could we actually just pay the actual expenses that the town actually had?
Do you own other pieces of property in the town of Tilton?
Yes.
You manage them?
Yes. Camelot Home Center, for one.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Camelot Home Center. So, and also Jim's Cap Town down the street is also part of my...
what's the other one?
Jim's Cap Town now. The new business opened up that sells pickup truck
Jim's
caps.
Cap.
Oh, I never knew there was a name to the business. They're the ones that sell all the things that go on the back of trucks.
Yes. So again, I've been paying my taxes and stuff. Just this one piece of property somehow just keeps getting missed.
Keeps getting missed is the key here, and I don't know, I just really have a difficult time with this one because, you call and you say, what are the taxes here? We just found this file and we want to make it right, and that was well over a month and a half ago. You folks could have come in here any time with a bank check and even if it were a company check, you would have had more than enough time a month and a half ago when you made the phone call to be able to turn around, go to get a bank check and say, okay, now I've got time. And you weren't crunched for time by noontime. You would not have gotten these letters. You would not have gotten these numerous letters. We would not have been put out. We had 3 different departments working on this, and then we have to go into the registry of the deeds, processing it, figuring out, and they've taken days to do this. This isn't just hours, it's days to do this work.
That was done before the 11th, or?
No, in preparation for the 11th.
Oh.
Then after the 11th, our town administrator spent one whole day on the properties that we have to do. So there's a lot of work that's involved in it. All because a month and a half ago you found it on your desk, you wanted to make it right, and then forgot about it. And then when the actual day came and said, whoa, wait a minute, they're going to take my property.
And they overnighted me an envelope that said to get them down to the town right away.
Not only that, but every time we put a lien on it, and obviously it's been to lien, and for the 2007, 2008, 2009, a lot of research has to go into play because when notifications of lien go out, we have to send them out to any interest holders in that property. as well as when it goes to deeding. You know, so it's an ongoing thing. We also have to hire a company to go to the registry of deeds and do all that research. So, I mean, that's why there are so many fees built into all this, because it is costly to the town. You know, if you don't mind my asking, what type of business is Milford Trust?
Milford Trust is simply just a trust. It is not in the business of really, and it's just holding the land, per se.
Okay, so it's just basically in the business of owning real estate.
It's just the business of just
And
having property in its
You
name.
It's a
own
holding company.
those other lots in addition to these lots. Are they leased to the businesses that are there now on that property?
The, like, Camelot Home Center, you
Yes.
mean? Yeah, that's another trust that is, that the Camelot Home leases from that trust. And Jim's Captown is leased to probably another trust.
Okay, so by all appearance, these two lots in question are undeveloped lots.
They're undeveloped, yeah, those are completely undeveloped.
I guess I'm just
wait a
hard
minute.
pressed to understand why anybody that's in business would want to not pay their taxes
Wait a minute,
and pay all
I think
these
I do.
astronomical fees and interest.
Even the interest at 18% is just, again, times have been very, very difficult for us lately.
What was Milford Trust's intention or intended use of the property? Were they going to develop, or were they holding on till real estate markets got better and then maybe build houses, or
Well,
what?
there's actually a story, I'll try to brief it. At one point in time, a few major restaurant developers were looking to lease part by the Home Depot section of Camelot Home Center. So we started searching for other properties to where we could actually store units that were in transfer. So they purchased this property in purpose of, when they leased the other side of by the Home Depot section, they could have a place to store units. Unfortunately, the people who were going to lease the property after we had purchased this property backed out. So it left us with another piece of property out there that really at this point has had no use for us anymore.
Have they been attempting to sell it, or because the real estate market?
There's probably, I think actually this property is with the fire or police department, I think was considering going at one time, up on 132. I believe that's the property we're.
No, it's
No?
not.
Oh, okay.
Well,
It's further
where's the
up.
property located? Because there's been several locations for that.
It's 134 Sanborn. It's beyond J. Jill, correct?
Yes, I thought the
Was it on
fire
the same
police
side
were-
as J. Jill?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yes, they were.
Years ago.
It was considered.
Years ago, it was
Yep.
considered.
It was considered for the town garage before they built it. It was bought by Guy Miller, from Guy Miller.
In recent years, it wasn't in the grid, so.
You purchased it from Guy Miller?
Yes.
Yeah, that property was considered to be purchased from Miller.
So it was purchased when they had bought it, they had purchased it because of the developer was coming in to lease a section of the Camelot homes. And then they purchased the property, the developer backed out because everything started going bad, so.
So it's an acre. They're each an acre.
I'm really sick of looking through this and not seeing anything that I need.
I noticed that you also, the Milford has 15, 4, and 3. Are you current on the taxes on those?
I didn't see any information that we weren't, so.
That's that paper subdivision. So it's the same property the town looked at originally on Sanborn Road?
Yeah, it's Guy Miller's property.
Yes.
Cracker's property.
Yeah,
Yeah. When the town backed out, then that's when they
Yes.
sold it.
right,
Exactly.
Because they were waiting.
Yep.
yep.
1.77, 1.2. So you're actually basing your appeal on, to us?
Well, I'm looking for some forgiveness here. I can see clearly not blaming the town whatsoever, but I think that I did show effort of getting here before noontime. Unfortunately, they were not, again, it's clearly stated, bank checks. As soon as I could make it here, I had another appointment in Concord that I couldn't move. I waited for 6 months for. Finished that up, and again, I unfortunately didn't read the letter saying by noon. I was pulled up and thought for sure I was all set, had the bank checks, it was going to drop them off and everything was going to be fine. And then I was told that I needed to see a selectman, so I was surprised that you couldn't at least just take the money at that time, so we could actually not go any further with the stuff
The
until
law
I
is
thought.
specific.
Okay.
Once we've set the date
Okay.
and the time, that's it. We can't change it. That's the law.
Okay.
It's not something that we can arbitrarily adjust.
Do you have anything else that you would like to?
Just that I still have the checks on me right now, the cashier's checks, so.
Okay. I'd really like some time to think about it and consider it and get back to
Okay.
Mr. LaFleur.
Do we have a contact for you?
Do you have the email that you've been corresponding with would be fine, because that will get right back to me.
Is that Sherry?
Yes.
Sherry Jensen?
Yes.
Okay.
So are you Milford Trust out of Lunenburg, Mass?
Yes.
That's where your office is located?
That's where the office that all our accounting and check purposes is done. I personally am at Camelot Home Center on a daily basis.
You're Kevin LaFleur?
Yes.
And it says of Guilford, New Hampshire.
Yes.
So all of our correspondence should go to the Milford Trust, Lunenburg, Mass.
Right.
Address?
Yes. That will immediately get to me,
Because that's where the paper,
because that would be best for everything to be kept in the, you know.
legal documents have to go to an address, not through email.
Yep. Oh, do they? Okay, then
Payment,
then that's fine.
And we can contact you, but it's
total.
just FYI.
Okay.
A legal document has to go through the legal address.
Okay.
I don't see it. Oh, okay, I got it. On the back page? Yep.
And you understand that our decision is not whether or not we're going to sell you your property back. You have 3 years to do that.
Yep.
It's the amount.
So currently, the principal and interest due, which would have been as of the 17th date, which changes, was $6,509.31, and then the penalty assessed is $8,925, which brings the total to $15,434.31. If you were to wanted to buy your property back, that $6,509.31 would change depending on when you wanted to do that, because there's an 18% interest charge on that.
I understand.
Okay, we will let you know our decision, and then you can go forward with yours after that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me.
All right,
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Good night.
Put these back down firmly. It'd be interesting, we'll have to ask him, because he owns the whole property.
He is current on the others. Current on the others. He is current on the other properties.
Well, I know.
How can be current on other properties, in fact, if this is not current on this property?
No, I'm talking about these two lots, there's two more, it's a piece of subdivision.
What do you mean by paper subdivision?
I never really have.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
So he bought the whole piece. And I was surprised to see he still owns half of it. The other half as well is in the same name. And I was just surprised that they comment on that one. That I'd have to see. I don't know.
Milford Trust, are we talking about 2 different properties or just one?
They're 2 different lots. They abut one another, don't they?
Because I only have information on one. I only have a deed for one. Who prepared these packets?
Joyce?
I do.
Well, Joyce gave them to you, right?
What are you looking for? The other property?
There should be
Yeah.
2 deeds in the
know-
Milford Trust.
Right here, I have another.
You know, in all fairness to the gentleman that just left, you know, and the people before them, the 18% is day after day after day after day. So the sooner we can make a decision, the better.
Right.
I mean, our decision is not whether or not to sell the property back to them. They got 3 years to do that.
It's how much,
It's how much and what kind of a deal we're going to make.
right.
I can't make a decision, especially on this one, because I don't have the information. I have one deed. I have one bill. Thank God it goes with the deed. I don't have the certified letter that was sent to him to question whether or not it was timely.
Here,
What have you got?
here's this. Here's
Well, my point is, whoever prepared this file, it's not complete. So I assume that's Joyce before she left.
No, but she also
Yeah, but if you look at
gave
this,
you
Catherine,
all of this. It has
list both pieces. here.
Listen,
It's right there.
when they come in, he wants us to forgive the 15%. I got to be comfortable in my mind that we gave him proper notification. I don't have that. I don't have a copy of the certified letter for either property in my file.
Isn't that the letter right there? That's a certified letter.
This is the certified letter that we took his property in deed.
This is the letter right here.
Wants a certified letter
So
saying that they were notified.
I need
that
to
it
go
was
back
converted.
to, and I'm just telling you that in my packet, sitting here, I've been
But
fumbling
in all
through
fairness,
this.
I was the only one at 4:30 that had everything in the packet. There was one copy, and Catherine ran downstairs to make everyone have a copy.
When did he make an appointment to come in?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
afternoon.
Yesterday, okay. But, I mean, and it's not, I'll look at that, it's not just this case, it's every week. Our packets, my packet's incomplete. I asked, weeks ago, I told the tax collector what I wanted.
All right. Do you want this?
Nope.
So you have a complete?
Nope. Nope. I've got it, Catherine gave it to me.
Okay.
I just think in his situation, it's not as complicated as the previous one.
Yes.
He's prepared to pay, he has the money, we need to come up with an amount. We shouldn't wait a week. I'm not ready to make a decision right now, but maybe if we save some time at the end of the meeting, we could have a discussion and see if we can come to some type of conclusion, or at least meet again before next Thursday. Because that's my other question. What would the interest accumulate at 18%? What would he owe by next Thursday? If we waited until next Thursday to make our decision.
Tim is the one that does the spreadsheet. Do you want me to run down and ask him?
Well, just ask him on the phone if he wouldn't mind doing,
He's in the copy room.
oh, he's in the copy room. Ask him if he could quickly figure out what the interest rate would be, what the final figure would be if they had a payoff of next Friday.
It's hard for me.
And what the per diem amount is accruing. Dollars, not percent.
He's got that right there in the chart.
I guess my biggest issue with this whole thing
It's
is
grayed out, Norm.
it's very difficult for me to understand. They've gotten letter after letter. Why did they not come in and make arrangements?
You know,
You would have thought they'd have come in when it went to lien the first time.
Well, I mean, they get the certified notices every time this happens.
But they
And-
called and spoke with with them a month and a half ago.
And like with this last one, they called and made arrangements a month and a half ago, and then they still didn't come in, and it's not just the 1 year. You know, they owe on every year coming forward.
Right.
So, you know, it's really hard for me.
Well, and I'm really having a hard time with forgiving the 15% too, because this is not a home. We're not putting anybody out of their home, number one. Number two, I mean, this is a company, and it just sounds to me that they have really sloppy business practices. That, why should we be letting them off the hook?
Well, I mean, I agree with you 100%, you know, and the fact that, what is this? You know, I mean, your taxes are delinquent now, going back to 2007, and you just want us to drop everything and accept the tax monies? You know, and, you know, even with the first one, I have a lot of sympathy for them, but at the same time, what happened every time they got one of those swing notices? Why weren't they in here saying, hey, help us out here, what can we do?
yeah, is the reason they don't take it seriously?
I don't know. You know, and even after they got their final one, that it was gonna be deeded by that date.
I
Why didn't they
could, I
come
could
in?
understand the first people's point of view when they
This is
said that they
stupid.
were
This is so
embarrassed,
stupid.
number one. They were hoping it would go away, number two, by non-action. I can, yeah, it's not a good excuse, but I can understand it. The people who are a business, this is a business, it's like,
Actually, it's a big empty field is what it is.
I'm talking about Milford Trust.
It's a big empty
It's
field.
a big field.
No, that, the property is a big empty field.
Yes.
I'm talking about Milford Trust, the
date.
business.
Okay.
They are in business, and they apparently have leases now.
Bill.
If their leaseholders weren't paying their
Date
rent,
2709.
they're not gonna say, oh, well, we'll just go away, because they
Right.
haven't contacted us.
Oh, I know, and it just, it's very
was the
hard
09 bill.
because,
I always hated the way
you know,
these
I don't
things
want
are.
to be
She
an
loves
ogre,
them.
but at the
So,
same time,
ignore
what about all the
this.
people who make the
And
effort
this is
and
today's
come in
amount?
and make
That's what I'm looking for. What is
arrangements, and they
today's
keep
amount?
their
What is
taxes
it?
paid off.
Aren't yours
No,
paid?
this is
Mine's
just one
paid, hers
property.
paid, hers paid.
So on one property, is
You know,
this
and I mean,
today's
it's
amount?
not
Right,
easy for
because you have the
anyone else
11 in
either,
there,
and some of
you
them
have
have come
10
in
in
and
there,
they
Right,
get
but
themselves
it's
set up on a
8
payment
and
plan.
So because she requested it today, that's today's amount.
Trying to stay in our house
She
and
requested it
barely keeping
8/11,
it
that's a
afloat.
week
And
ago.
We're going to
Thank you.
put
That's a
more
week
onus
ago.
on her by subsidizing a
Right.
That's
company
last
in
week's.
Massachusetts?
Yes.
Tim's bringing it up now.
So what is the owe
Thank you,
today? So this is 32306. This is with interest.
So, anyway.
Because I
that's what
can't
I'm
find a
missing.
bill for what he owes today. On this date today, what does he owe?
For Milford?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm looking through this packet, and I don't see, all I've got is 8/11. Today's the 18th. I can only find a bill dated 8/11.
Well,
Right
here's this
here.
letter from August 16th.
Anybody have a bill dated 8/18?
I've got one for August 16th.
No, you wouldn't have it 8/18, it's not, it's out of the system because it's deeded. 8/11 would be the last one you would have.
There's
But
one
the
from
the interest is still accruing, then why would we not know what he owes
Does the
today?
interest continue to accrue after a deed has been executed?
Yes.
This one's 8/17 when this one was run. Because it's got anticipated date of repayment, 8/17/2011.
I see what's happened here. I have duplicates of some things. Look at,
So
I
which
have
property do you
duplicates
have
of this.
817?
It says up here, deeded property, interest in property, Milford Trust, R 1915-5, R 1915-6.
Okay, R19-15-6.
And 5.
I just want 6. So
Okay.
he's got one total for all?
Yes.
Okay, so this is and 5. What is the grand total for yesterday?
Total interest and penalty owed to the town of Tilton, $15,434.31. That's with the penalty. Do you want it without the penalty?
Nope. Oh, wait a minute, that's with the 15%?
Yes.
Oh,
Without the 15%.
wait a minute, with 15%. Okay, without the 15%.
It's $6,509.31.
Okay. Okay, and that's without the 15%. Okay, so $6,009.31, that was yesterday.
Yes.
Now,
And it's accruing at the rate of 0.05% daily. I was gonna say, we weren't expecting a book.
As I predicted. Catherine, that was something else. All right. Here is, there's one, I didn't know if you wanted with or without the bottom. Just to save myself the trip.
Now, this is both properties, correct?
Both properties.
this is,
so that's it right there.
this says 8/26, it's not today's date.
We gave him Friday's date, if he paid next Friday. That's what we
Friday.
asked him.
Oh, okay.
What would be the interest for next Friday?
So from today until next Friday, what's it costing him?
46, well, from the...
46.50?
Yep.
No, that doesn't break my heart too much. Okay, I'm good.
You see the difference of the two that I prepared? Just in case, that you had
Yeah, I had,
both
Yep,
ways.
Sandy found, although that's
I had
different.
one from the 17.
Is it within the RSA?
It says payment
Is it within the
8/17.
Right.
Be able
That's
to
the numbers I given her. So it's
lower this amount,
it's gone up about 30.
Lower
the
the
penalty?
penalty? I don't find anything specifically that tells you what you can do with it. It says that you can assess it.
Did you make those copies for me that I wanted?
I'm still working on
Okay.
it. I wanted to bring this up right away.
It just, see, it allows us to assess it.
Are you sure you're writing on your copies and not mine?
Yeah, this is mine.
The hell did I just do with mine? Oh, there it is. Duh.
So if we can take away and forgive, or forgive, then can we make an adjustment to the amount? I imagine we could. If it doesn't definitively say it in the RSA, we can assess the 15% penalty.
I think you can either assess the 15% penalty or not, or you can include,
Does it say up to 50%?
you can, this is from if you sell it. You can charge them for any of your costs. It's an 89. Am I at 89?
I was thinking.
Oh, I
a little
wasn't at
bit more.
89. This is 89.
I was thinking a little bit more than that.
I don't know if we, that's, and it's funny, that's what I've been looking for. I don't see that we have the latitude to charge them less.
If we do not have the latitude to change the ultimate I really do have a very difficult time thinking that we've spent hours and hours and hours figuring this out. Town administrator, the deputy tax collector, the tax collector, finance manager have spent time on this. I'm not willing to just say, okay, you're off the hook.
No, for everyone who has come in and bought back a deeded property and took care of all the expenses,
There's been a penalty.
which included the penalty, it's
Right.
happened to everyone that's come in.
Well, penalty, interest, because we did last year waive a penalty on one.
Did you?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Did.
Okay. But no, we didn't waive the interest.
We did not waive the interest, no.
So but I guess,
We waived the assessment.
I understand that, but I guess...
But this was a home, not
And
property.
It was a...
It was a home.
It was a home with the owner living in the home, not
Right.
leased or anything like that.
Correct.
And it was a home of such a value that the penalty was in the tens of thousands of dollars,
Right.
as opposed to...
I know the one you're talking about. Well, I guess, I'm not sure how you deal with this, because it is set up this
See
way, and the letters that went out are
an
very
additional
specific.
penalty equal.
And like I say, I don't really want to knock anybody out of their home, but at the same time...
This isn't a
Doesn't
home.
say up to.
They have no home. It's just
No, I'm
plain
talking
land.
about the first one.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, if
Charge it or not. But it does
It's
talk a
very
lot
hard.
about
I'm having great difficulty understanding why they didn't try and help themselves.
our costs.
A month and a half ago.
No,
knew it.
the fact that,
For both of them.
yeah, well, I'm having a
See,
harder
that's-
time with the second
All
one.
incidental and
Well,
consequential
the first.
costs
I
are
think we're
reasonably
all having a
incurred
hard
or
time,
estimated to
but
be incurred by the
even with the first
municipality in
one,
connection with its ownership and disposition
It's
of
like,
property. Insurance,
you have
maintenance,
to help
repairs.
yourself. People aren't
So,
just going to
That's
knock
why
on your
they
door and
made
say,
it 15%.
oh, we want to help you.
No,
Yeah,
this
and-
is separate.
oh, by the way,
This-
here's a
this
pot
is
of
just
money
talking
while we're
about
at it.
what we can charge.
So we
I mean,
can
it would
charge
be,
the,
like
an
if one of us
estimated-
couldn't
an
pay our
estimated
Not-
taxes.
$1,000.
Nothing to do
Well,
with this,
come
but
in,
yeah,
talk,
we
sit
estimate
down,
that it cost
and
us
say, look,
$500.
I lost my job, I did whatever was
Know what I
needed.
mean?
What can I do
What can
to,
I do
Tim,
to
what?
keep current?
see, I would have never,
It is
I mean, when you get that first lien notice, it's like, that's your wake-up call.
Deputy.
Sit up and take notice.
and took a day
Well, this is what's
each
making it very difficult for me
in
is like,
finance.
every
Day
one of these
each,
notices were
and
received.
assessed it as that penalty.
Did they just not read them?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm having a hard time with. So,
Plus you
and
have
over
to-
the course of years that I've been associated with the town, there's been plenty of times when that first lien notice went out that people did come in.
Yeah.
So what can we do? I don't want to lose my house, I don't want to have, a debt on it. Can I make payments just till I get over this rough spot?
Oh, as I said, it happened to me when I was living in Samerton.
Yeah.
And then I got a job with the town of Samerton, a part-time job, and every time I collected my paycheck in one window, I went over to the other window and endorsed it back to them.
Yeah.
Till it was paid off.
Right. So, you know, this is my biggest hang-up, is the fact that so many things, I know how many notices had to go out before we ended up deeding the property. And I just, for the life of me, I mean, we're talking adults here. What don't you understand about you're gonna lose your property if you don't do something?
Right.
And of course, all the people that are out there that, you know, even if it means only $10 a week, they come in and they make arrangements, and they're never in arrears. You know, they make an effort. So,
What,
I'm having great difficulty.
I'm wondering, is Tim still downstairs?
You want them?
Well, no, I'm trying to figure out what, if we took the daily wage of the tax collector, the daily wage of the deputy tax collector, the daily wage of the finance manager.
Didn't she build in the amount? Isn't that?
That all built into the penalties.
Yes, it's all built into the penalties.
No, these
No, it's
penalties
not.
and interests are strictly
Penalty and interest is
tax
strictly
rate.
15% tax rate of the assessed value
But I mean,
of his home. That other is not built into penalties.
When you get, say, a tax lien, not a deed, so you don't have to even think about 15% of the total value of your
Right.
property.
But,
There are penalties and interest built into that. So
yeah.
I understand that,
Because
but
your
I understand that.
taxes are now at 18%. There's your interest. And the penalties
are
Are not-
out-of-pocket expenses for,
If we're looking at assessing a 15% penalty, my question is there anything in this law, and I can't see it, Catherine can't see it, that we can assess it at 10%, for instance? It doesn't say up to 15%. It doesn't say we can take this
It says
figure
right
of
here,
89.25 and make it lower.
an additional penalty equal in amount to 15% of the assessed.
Right.
Okay, so.
So it's either or. You either
Yeah.
assess it or you don't assess it. My
You know, it says either assess it at 15%.
Or
It
don't
doesn't let her
assess it.
assess it at 2%.
So my thought process going forward is, I feel strongly that there should be a penalty assessed. We know that the tax collector, the deputy tax collector, the town administrator, and the finance manager have spent a day on working at this. So if we can find out the day's wages for each of those, can we assess that as a penalty?
Can you call Cindy and just ask her if she knows?
Well, we can do it by, I mean,
We
we
can
don't
do
have
it
to have
by-
it today. We just, by next Thursday, somebody could put this all together.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have to charge them the cost. There was a cost for certified mailing.
Right,
There was a cost.
but each lien
That's
notice
built-
has those costs in it.
That's right.
Right, that's in the lien, right,
Yeah,
And that's a cost that's not in this figure.
right.
well, isn't it in the total lien number?
But this isn't a lien number, this is the deed.
Well,
It's already
these
gone to
numbers-
lien last year.
These numbers here might very well include that. Beginning balance from tax collector.
The tax collector's bills do not include the certified costs.
I'm not willing to, I'm not willing, because this particular circumstances, he knew a month and a half ago, because he
No, I
called and asked the situation. So it's either we do the 15% assessment on it, or we come up with an alternative, and that's why I'm trying to come up with an alternative. It's either, he owes $6,500, and the penalty is $8,900, more than the taxes. So my question is, and maybe we can get a definitive answer to that from LGC by next week, if we can
That would be interesting.
make an equal or, make it, I don't know, 3,000, 4,000, whatever.
Well, I mean, do we as selectmen have the right to abate any of that, to say, abate it down from 15% to 10%?
That's exactly my question.
That's what she's proposing we send to LGC.
That's what I'm asking, because it doesn't really specify that here. I'm not willing to let this particular one fall on without any penalties or anything. I'm not, personally, I don't feel that we should do that. I don't really feel that we're doing due diligence to our taxpayers when we do that. However, I am willing to move a little bit on the penalty itself. But
Well, why don't we get a hold of,
I can call LGC
Yeah.
tomorrow and find out, and then we can figure it out from there.
We need to have all the administrative costs added to the amount, and all the recording costs. You had 2 deeds that were recorded. Were there any attorney involved in writing up those deeds?
well, we'll have to get that from Cindy.
And all the costs for the certified copies that went out, because
Right.
there were a lot of certifieds.
We'll have to get that from Cindy.
Okay. Sounds
And
good.
I'd like them to itemize that list.
So, what do you want certifieds? Oh, okay. Do you want to do that portion of the cost? Okay, a recording cost, certified, administration.
And hopefully they'll remember that there were 2 properties. So you got 2 recording costs. Did we have an attorney drop those deeds, or is it just something
did.
that we use?
We did it.
We have a blank? I couldn't think of anything else.
Okay,
Cindy might.
Yeah.
all right.
Put miscellaneous, she might put something that we're not aware of.
Right.
Trip to Bermuda.
Yeah. Okay.
New car, whatever. Okay,
One of the things
just kidding.
we need to have a conversation probably with Tim about, maybe LGC, is the first, big if, we enter into some type of payment arrangement with them. We certainly are not going to deed the property back to them until they're paid in full.
Right.
I don't think we could if we wanted to.
Right.
But Tim would have to be, and he usually is very creative in his bookkeeping, because we'd have to come up with some account to account for those monies, because they're not in. Neither of these entities are in the tax collector system anymore. The tax collector cannot collect those taxes because the town of Tilton owes them.
Right.
That kind of creates an interesting situation. But I should think that we would be prepared for that.
Okay. Next on our agenda, we have an update from Mr. Holden.
Well, knock me over with a feather.
Actually, we have two
Right.
correspondence from him. One is,
Knock me over with a piece of down.
thank you.
It's on both sides. And
Yep.
then, there's 2 decisions.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else on
No.
We do have some work for you for tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, on this.
I was afraid I wouldn't have it.
Oh, okay. All right, so this one says, this one is dated Wednesday, August 17th. And this is, good morning, Joyce. Peter Holden and I met with Jeff Hiltz at the site on Tuesday afternoon, 8/16/11, to discuss the details about how the project will be completed and the equipment he will use as he replaces or adjusts the concrete pieces. I gave him a list of all the things that the board verbally discussed with us at the last meeting we attended on August 4th, 2011. I told Jeff that he needs to prepare a detailed schedule beginning today and moving forward until the project is complete, and that he needs to stay on the project until it is finished. He agreed to do that. The water in the channel was up significantly, about 8 to 10 inches deep. When we were out there with the board on August 4th, the channel was dry. This will play a role as he attempts to change the first inlet piece on the box itself, and Jeff said that his schedule will rely on being able to replace that piece under dry channel conditions. The recent rains obviously played a part, and I expect the channel will be dry up again shortly once the runoff subsides. I believe I told you that Mitchie Co-op has the new end piece all ready to go. I think that is it for now. Jeff thought he could work on the schedule today. I will forward this to you as soon as we receive it. I will be away from noon today until next Monday morning, but Peter should be around if you need to talk. That's one.
Didn't we meet with them on Thursday, August 4th?
Yep. And the next one, he said, Peter, Jeff asked that I contact you regarding the schedule for the Pine Street box culvert work you discussed with him on site yesterday. We are planning to be on site Wednesday, August 24th, with a crane, hello, crane, set to the required culvert piece. We have confirmed with Steve Gard of Mitchie that this piece is now available. Please note that based on observations yesterday, the brook is currently flowing at a very high level, and this schedule is subject to the brook receding to more workable levels by next Wednesday.
What is the date of
Regards,
that?
Todd Query. This is Thursday, August 8th.
Wednesday, the
The
17th.
17th, and then we got it the 18th.
So Wednesday, this was sent Wednesday. And he's
That was when it
saying
was pouring rain.
yesterday's,
It was pouring rain.
yesterday, so Tuesday, right after we've had the torrential downpour, if they try to make that,
Oh, well, I doubt that.
I hope they're smarter than that.
It's too wet, too wet, too wet,
This is
too
the
wet.
first, so he is going to be there Wednesday,
Yep. August
next
24th.
week,
Yep.
Wednesday.
Yep.
We have not solidified who is going to be there to oversee our engineer and the contractor. We have discussed the possibility of Dennis.
Yep.
There was some verbiage from Holden, don't lose that tape, that they would reimburse Dennis for a specific amount of hours, not 8 hours a day.
Right. And he doesn't necessarily have to be there every day, but there's times when we want him there.
Well,
See if they're moving the...
For instance, when they're craning this piece in place,
Yes,
all the pieces.
all the pieces. Because they gotta reset everything.
They may be using a crane. Hopefully, they'll use straps.
Straps, I was just
But
gonna
they
say
can always
that.
clunk together.
Right.
Yeah.
Usually, crane operators are very good. Do you want me to those?
I have copies.
Yeah, I think we have copies. You got it?
If I could have those, I'd like them. So I think that's something,
You want it?
Check your packet, you probably got copies
Yeah,
right
it's in your packet.
is it?
Yeah. This is one. I'm trying to keep all my notes with,
Usually, oh, look at that.
it was in your
Got
packet.
it? You
Yeah.
got it? Okay.
Somebody did that for me, thank you very much. I think that's something we need to solidify now and let the contractor, or at least the engineering company that sort of agreed to pay it,
Right.
know who we'll have there, whether it's someone from the community or Dennis.
Well, I
If
did
we're
think-
pulling Dennis from his daily activities, and this time of year, those are many,
Yep.
his compensation should be more than his hourly wage.
Well, I told him, I said, we discussed having you go and do this, and we also told Holden that he would be paying you to do this. Because we don't trust what Holden would do.
What did he say?
He said, 2 paychecks?
He's gonna reimburse it.
So, I mean, certainly we could check with him tomorrow I did ask Catherine to make sure that last report was sent to him so that he would have that date. So, if you want, we can check with him tomorrow, make sure he's okay with it, and if he's not, then we'll get someone else to do it.
Well, they're going to be there Wednesday. We need to pretty much probably say, because we didn't act on it before, which I'm sorry, I meant to bring it up last week, have Dennis be there.
Yeah.
I mean, I can think of one other person, well, actually a couple other, but I can think of one other person. He's a resident of Northfield who has that kind of experience. And right now, my brain just went dead.
Well, it might very well be that, because Dennis seemed all right with the idea. I said, well, I'll make sure that you're kept in the loop as far as these emails, so you'll know when they're doing what, as far as their schedule. Because he said to me, he said, just make sure they get me a schedule so I know when I'm expected to be there.
He needs to be there whenever they're setting concrete.
Right.
Whenever they're compacting soils.
Yep.
I'd like him to be there when they're bringing in the final fill for the bridge.
Yeah.
Because that product has to be checked to make sure, it's clean.
Final fill.
And it is the proper fill.
Right.
Hopefully it's gravel, not sand. And as I said, to oversee the compaction of it.
Right.
They can provide you compaction tests for 2 spots, and the
Right.
rest of it, forget it.
All right, well, let me give him a call.
So that's the oversight. And then the other question is, what are we going to charge Holden for providing him with an overseer?
I don't know what the going rate is, so I don't know how to answer that.
130,000.
Yeah.
What was Holden charging us to do the same thing that we're going to require? Dennis may not be an engineer, but he certainly has experience.
He has experience and he's looking out for the best.
Should also be there once he should be there when they're putting down pavement, because now we don't know, unless they're subbing that out to a reputable paving company.
Well, he needs to oversee all those parts because he wants to know that it's being put together at our standards.
Yeah.
Right.
Guardrail installation, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm sure that we are going to have him there more than Holden wants us to, unfortunately.
Well, it doesn't really matter. If he had been doing his job to begin with,
I agree.
we wouldn't be sitting where we are right now.
Does anybody have Holden's?
I do a couple of holding plans. Budget estimates.
I mean, I'm looking at this pretty much as a detail rate. When we send our officers out as basically subcontractors to do detail work, it's not at their hourly rate.
Right.
$75 an hour is what they were charging us.
Well, I'll call him in the morning and talk to him. And I'll call and let Catherine know what he had to say.
I think we need to make a decision on whether or not we're going to instruct him to be there.
Well, certainly we need him to be there. Like I say, if they're moving concrete at all, we want him to be there so that we know that it's been reset and so that he can see when they put it together, whether it's really fitted together the way it should be.
I'll have to give him a level. Tell him to bring a level, a 4-foot level.
So,
I'm sorry. Well,
So you're doing something else.
anyway, I'll tell them all this, and
what do we want to set for a rate for this?
they got $75 an hour?
How much?
$75 an hour. Trying to figure out if this person that they've sent, because we don't have a list, is an engineer or not. Office staff, $36 to $75 an hour. Principal senior engineer, $60 to $150. Yeah, so they're getting up to $75 an hour for non-engineers. What do you think? A rate to provide someone there?
$75, they're getting $75 a rate for a non-engineer. I don't see why.
That's the highest.
Yeah, 60 to 75.
Is that what I said?
So let's split the difference.
$36
$67.50.
to $75 an hour for office staff. I was thinking 60.
That works. I'm
Good.
fine with it.
I was thinking somewhere around 60, 65.
65 works.
Works for me.
$65. Now, we should probably talk non-public how we're going to divvy that
Okay.
out. Okay. At the end of the meeting?
Yep.
All right, I make a motion that we require Dennis to be on the Pine Street Bridge site during critical times such as the installation of the box culvert concrete pieces, the compaction, when the final fill is brought in, and asphalting,
Okay.
but not limited to, at the
Yes,
rate
I
of,
have.
and we will bill Holden at the rate of $65 an hour for that?
Okay, I've written down, anytime they're setting concrete, overseeing the compaction and the final fill, and the pavement and the guardrail.
Oh, and the guardrail. Would you add
You said
guardrail
but
to
not
that?
limited to, so.
Well, guardrail's specific enough to limit, I think.
Right.
And 65 an hour?
Yeah.
At 65 an hour. Do I hear a
All right.
second?
Well, I'll second, but I wanted to,
Any discussion?
yes. I know that, because I did talk to Dennis, he's got a lot coming up, the culverts and everything. I know you said tell him to do it, but shouldn't we at least ask him first?
I don't think we have a choice at this point. If they're going to be there Wednesday, we have to have somebody there. And I don't think we have enough time to hire someone at this point. It's something we should have done a week or
Okay.
two ago.
All right, so then
Unfortunately, I think we're left with no choice.
Okay.
What does everybody else think?
Yeah, especially when they're putting the pieces, moving
Right.
those pieces around, resetting them, putting the new one into place.
All right, I'll call him first thing in the morning.
And I want, this doesn't necessarily pertain to Dennis being there, but, and I know we'll get them, but as soon as they get the results from the compaction testing, we should have those results, because we need to have all that stuff on file to know that it's done
Right.
properly. And I'm assuming that whoever's certifying that the soils, the fills were compacted properly is going to be on site for that whole thing. But they are hired by them and not necessarily,
Normally, the compaction, the testing company that provides
Right.
the people to do the compaction test, excuse me, they are there while that fill is being placed and compacted.
Right.
And they will periodically, depending on how many lifts, how thick it is, they will do compaction tests, and it should be in various spots.
Right.
Now, in 30 years of doing construction work, I've seen a lot of things happen that shouldn't. So with Dennis there overseeing them, and I don't know what, there's some real reputable companies out there, and there's some that aren't. I mean, that's always the way. But with Dennis there, his experience working for Pike, he knows what to look for. Once, and you're right, once those tests have been compiled, they should not go forward until we have seen them, or Dennis has seen them and said, okay. And the engineer, especially our engineer has to look at them and say, okay, move on. So you're right.
Might I also suggest that in the morning we'll have Catherine send an email to Holden Engineering and tell them that we're going to have Dennis on site, and the amount, we took a middle-of-the-road amount out of his schedule, and that's what he needs to be paid by Holden.
You okay with that, Catherine?
I think, yep.
It could just be an email, just so that they know what we did.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion?
No, I think I'm happy now.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, is Hiltz going to provide us with a daily,
Yes, weekly.
well, weekly, but each day he's going to describe
Yes.
what's going to take place on that day?
Yes.
So that we can
Yep.
decide if we want to be there or not? And,
Have we received, I don't think we've received a schedule yet. We need to have a schedule too, because Dennis also needs to have a schedule.
All right, that can be in the email as well. We
Yes.
expect a schedule of what and when
Right.
prior to it's being done.
and there should be, when you're contacting Holden, we talked about it before, but just confirm, there should be a weekly shop meeting, there's lots of names for them.
Yeah.
But a weekly meeting where all the parties involved, the engineer, the contractor, representative, Dennis, and a member of the Board of Selectmen, or however many want to attend,
Yeah.
attend to know what's been going on, what problems,
I
where they're
agree.
at, et cetera, et cetera.
I agree with that one.
That
yeah.
can take place on site,
Yes.
can take place here, wherever, but
Right.
that should make sure Holden knows that that's going to take place. And he should be scheduling those. Once we get that schedule,
Yeah.
that includes the partial week, Wednesday, that, he's going to start next Wednesday, then at the end of the week on Friday, there should, or at least by Monday, there should be a meeting. I don't care if it's 3 days.
And we should have some kind of a schedule before they start Wednesday.
Should we just have them, tell them we want those meetings on Friday? The end of
Yeah,
the
how
week?
about a meeting on Friday?
Let's just say, specify Friday. Yep, as a meeting day, yep. I think that'd be better,
Yeah,
because I'm usually available on Fridays.
yeah.
Okay, we done with that?
I'm feeling comfortable. Okay, we're good, yeah.
I just have a quick question for the chief. The surveillance equipment that we got to replace the old surveillance that died, my understanding that it was going to be right around $700. So now we're getting a bill for $1,000 plus a $50 membership. And it's a 16-channel LCD built in with one TB of information. So on Amazon, you pull up the exact same thing with no membership requirement for $6.99. Why are we paying $9.99 for the other?
I'd have to look at it to make sure that,
My next question is, this is over $500. We don't see any other bids, we don't see any other information or any other, that you've checked 3 different places to find the cheapest place that you could possibly do.
I have them in a folder, I can bring them for the next meeting.
Okay, they're supposed to accompany the bill.
The system that was $7.99 was 500 gigabytes, and we tried to get it, we couldn't find it, so that the next closest thing was 1 terabyte.
All right, so 1 terabyte, this has 1 terabyte, it's $6.99. 16 channel.
How many cameras is it?
8.
That
16 channel surveillance.
Yeah, I know we checked Amazon, and I actually have that in the folder, so
That's how much.
$6.99.
unless it went on sale after we purchased it.
We don't need them tonight.
But when you came to us, you had three different companies. They were all within the same range of $700. Now, it's $6.99, $6.59. One was $6.59, one was $6.99, one was in that range. Now it's $9.99, and why do we have a membership to Costco that you signed for? I don't understand.
The only way we could actually get one is to be a member there. So
Where is
they had the
Costco?
cheapest price when we shopped. The next closest price we found, I think, was $1,400 for the same system. I'd have to look to see if
Where is Costco?
Amazon's selling the exact same system, and it does all the things that...
So you drove all the way to Portsmouth to get this?
No, they shipped it.
They shipped it to you? Did we have to pay shipping on top of all this $1,050?
No. That was the cheapest price we could find for that system at the time. The system that Northfield bought was $800, and when we tried to get that, we couldn't find it anywhere. It's almost like they realized that 500 gigabytes was obsolete. So the next closest system was the 1 terabyte system, and when we priced it, we found, I think, between $1,200 and $1,400, and this system was $999, was the cheapest we could find. And I'm not sure if Amazon came out with it just this week cheaper, or we checked Amazon. That was the first place I went to, but I can look into it for next week.
I'd like to see the information that you have on that, but I'm not happy with us owning a membership to Costco, nor am I happy with the Lowe's credit card. So I'm really not happy with this. I think we have too many
Why
credit
do we
cards out
have a
there.
Lowe's credit card
have a
if we
Lowe's-
have a general credit card?
We have a general credit card, but somehow it got mixed up in that we went to purchase the air conditioners that we have, and
Oh, I missed
chief-
that part.
the chief wasn't there, and they set it up under an account, and it ended up being under a credit card account, but
Well, we could cancel that, right, now that we have the air...
We can, and the
Now that we
Costco
have the air
thing,
conditioners, we could cancel the account.
we didn't use it for the air conditioners. They actually used the Visa because setting up the account,
when you
it had to go 24 hours, and they couldn't use it anyway, so, but yes, it's a credit card.
Who's the they that set that up? Lowe's?
Lowe's did, yeah, because we asked if they could bill us. At the time, it was these 3 air conditioners, and so they set up the account, and we ended up putting it on the Visa anyway. We can close that one. The Costco one, they have really good prices on office supplies and stuff like that, and it's not a credit card, it just gets you that discount. So, and they ship everything, free shipping, so like paper goods and printing.
I mean, Costco is a warehouse store, right?
Yeah.
Like BJ's.
Like BJ's, right?
So, I
paper
mean, are their
towels
prices better than BJ's?
In some stuff, yeah.
Because
It's just the
BJ's is
same.
right up the street.
I know.
It's just the same. It's not,
Yeah.
right. It's the same as BJ's. Every once in a while, you hit it right, you get it cheaper, and the next cycle around, you get it more expensive. It's just
We
not...
tried BJ's for this system, they didn't have it.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about now also for office supplies and stuff like that, but I mean, in Tilton, we have a BJ's, in Tilton, we have a Staples.
I don't know
you
how that they can sign for,
Yeah, we do most of our
Calendar.
stuff with
If they're in, if the closest Costco is Portsmouth,
without the
you
selectmen.
I
know,
know.
Yeah, they would have to ship. It's the only way they could do it.
yeah, and you probably have a minimum purchase price in order to get free shipping.
Who signed up for the membership?
For Costco,
Yes.
I did.
Only the Board of Selectmen can encumber the town of Tilton for contractual financial obligations.
Yeah,
I think we've come to this same situation before. Under no circumstances can you do that. No circumstances.
At least not for the town.
I mean, you're, you know, under the police department, but not for the town.
I know, like...
They can't do it for the
You can't do it for the police because you're under us.
Yeah, BJ's gave us a card, because either the BJ's card or the Costco card, neither one's a credit card. They won't let you buy
Allows you to
there.
shop there.
They just won't let you shop there unless you have these cards. So...
They charge you a different percentage if you shop there without one.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's about 5 or 6%.
So, it's not a financial obligation. It's not a credit card.
Well, it's renewable. They renew it automatically. You have to actually go in and say you don't want it renewed automatically. It's a yearly thing.
Okay.
How is it, I mean, when the renewal comes, how are they to get paid? By check? They're going to send us a bill?
It's probably under your visa, right?
I think we'd have to manually renew it.
I mean, the question is this, when you
So that doesn't...
took out this membership, how did you pay for it?
Credit card when we bought the system, so...
So it'll probably be applied to that same credit card.
I mean, even with the membership fee, it was still...
Costco.
It was about $200 cheaper than the next closest system.
I don't have an issue with that, especially if it turned out to be less expensive than what you could find elsewhere, even if she found one
It's the air conditioners that we got up here.
from Amazon. You know, it would have been plus shipping.
It's the air conditioner, but over.
It's not the $50, but what it, I mean,
Oh, this is...
as she
that's
said,
Sprint?
Yeah,
the-
2 months.
if the membership automatically renews and they automatically debit a credit card, the original credit card you used to pay for it in the first place, then that could slide through without anybody seeing it a year from now.
Yeah. I know I have one with BJ's and it doesn't auto-renew. I have to
So this goes
physically
straight
get
to
down
the
there and
PD?
do it myself.
Well, and I had
All
one with
bills
BJ's
go
and the same
directly
thing, and I
to
just never did go back
finance.
down there, and I currently don't have a membership.
Copies.
You know, so I haven't been in BJ's for a couple of years, but
Yeah.
that's me.
So that needs to be changed.
Yeah.
The Sprint, particularly the Sprint, but all bills have to we made a decision almost a year ago that all bills come to the finance department, regardless of what department. They're all to be sent to the finance department. And the Sprint bill, in this case, we have two months because 1 month got lost. It was sent to the PD. It's still being sent to the PD. So it has, if you call them, please, and have that mailing address, please send to Town Hall.
Oh, okay.
That has to be sent to Town Hall.
We should ask Tim on all bills that he gets where it's still being sent to other agencies, whether it's the Public Works or the Police Department. Isn't there usually a place on the bill itself to make that change of address? We must have been charged a late fee.
Tim took care of that.
I hate late fees. And I hate automatic billing.
And do all the computers in the cruisers have data cards?
They do.
All of them have to have data cards?
Have to, and the detectives do too.
And
We
the
just-
detectives?
Yeah, I just called Sprint about that the other day because the rates were all different. And I have another group account with Verizon, not for the PD,
Yeah.
the SEO. And so I called and I said, with Verizon, I have a flat rate for all the air cards. Why isn't Sprint doing that? So they said they'd get back to me. So they came back and they dropped them all down to $39 per card, which saves about $600 a year. So that will appear on the next bill, they told me.
So they've dropped them down to 39 because, so this is what he's saying, that the air card that they need, some of them's $52.99, some of them's $42.99, some's $25, that they're all different.
Why?
$59.99, because they're different work, they were got at different times.
Different times.
And so it was added on, so it was a different price at the time that they got them. So he went back and negotiated.
A flat rate for all of them.
Right.
Same with one of the phones. It was a little bit more than the others because it was added differently. So I asked them, I said, I want to see one flat rate for the phones and one flat rate for the air cards. So the change is going to save about $650 a year probably.
And so, do we know all these phone calls are all being made to PDs or to all business?
We're actually we're way under on minutes, and I just talked to Tim about that. We're going to drop the minutes by 1,000.
I know, but my question is, do we know that it's all business calls?
Yeah, they only use them for that. I mean, because they all have their own, too. They're very good about that. The other thing I wanted to mention, just going back to the cameras, too, was Merrick and Ryan put in like 2 days up in the attic installing that system, and I estimate they probably saved the town about $2,000 by doing that install.
It was very nice.
Yeah, so, I mean, overall, we saved a lot of money on that system.
Works nice, too, I understand.
It works,
You got
and we
somebody
used
robbery
it
and-
yesterday with the robbery suspect, and Catherine was in my office getting to see some of the video. It was perfect timing.
They do need a couple more cameras for it, though.
See, your electric bill is going there, too. Your electric goes to the PD as well.
Yeah, no bills should be. I'm not sure.
See, it all goes to...
We should instruct, like I said, instruct
So-
the finance officer to change the bills.
Yeah.
We'll get with Tim and ask him to start changing it.
Good thing we don't have Fairpoint anymore, because to get them to change where they're sending a bill takes an act of Congress
Yep.
Then if
in about 6 months.
he can generate duplicates of those to you, if you
Oh,
require
yeah.
them.
He can actually scan them and just email
Right.
them.
Now that I've completely messed this up. All right, Sandy will be right back because she had to go downstairs. They had to notice the planning board for the public hearing for tonight, just to make an official vote on the land swap. So if we want to do minutes or take
Sure.
take a 5-minute.
She's at a planning board meeting.
Yep, only for a couple minutes, and then she'll be right back up. They're meeting right at
The
6:30.
Conservation Commission met Monday night on it?
Yes, they voted to recommend.
They did?
Yes.
Did they insist on any encumbrances?
Nope.
Or suggest any?
No, they did not. They did ask a question about the dam, and when, Sandy can tell you more about that, when it was last
Inspected?
inspected.
That's probably been a while.
I didn't know there was a dam there.
Yeah. It's, a little, it's still a dam. There is...
Is it right at the pond, or is it further back?
I haven't been there for years. It's very close to the pond, I believe. I think it is at the pond.
Isn't that what creates the pond?
That's why the pond is there, because of the dam, and it's at the end. And isn't there a drainage...
Doesn't it outflow into that wetlands on the other side of School Street? Or
I think so, but I think there's like a well tile or something
Isn't it all
there.
part of the same brook that comes down by the PD and goes into the river there?
Well, I have to admit, I did start to walk around the pond, but there was a little
I think so.
snake, and I just turn right back around, and
Oh, come on.
I can't stand them.
Just a
Oh, I
little
love
snake.
snakes.
I cannot stand them. My brothers used to put them in my desk drawers,
I used to wear
my
them like
pillowcases.
bracelets. I used to wrap them around my arms and walk around with them. I love snakes. I
You
think
should
they're-
come with me so you can pick them up and throw them away in some
I
other
pick 'em up
direction.
and keep 'em.
I don't
Put
think
them in
so.
a pocket and take them home.
I used to put them in my pocket. My mother used to have fit. She refused to wash my clothes. Anyway, moving on. So we have basically sign off by both the planning board and the conservation commission
Yes.
to go forward. That's a good thing.
They're very excited.
Good. And as Mr. Clemens knows this?
There was some discussion, Mr. Clements was at the planning board one, there was some discussion as to what the selectmen felt it would be a park commission or would it be a conservation, and I said that's to be determined.
Well,
I didn't answer that.
yeah, we would have to decide whether we were going to make it part of Buffalo Park
Right.
or leave it
Or leave
its
it as
own
Entity, right.
entity and make it a park.
I think that if we rolled it into Buffalo Park, first off, it'd be a good thing, and secondly, then it would preclude future select boards from unloading the property.
My suggestion
But
is...
it would not preclude the commission from utilizing it in ways that we don't want it to be utilized, though, for activities
I don't
that,
know, could you go hunting at a pond?
spearing fish or something. Just kidding.
I think we should have conversations with the park commissioners and the conservation commission, maybe jointly
I
about.
think a joint meeting would be really
Future use of it.
Right, beneficial. So I better understand the whole
Because I
making.
think ultimately, the park commissioners, because Buffalo Park is a park, have maintenance authority, but I think the stewards of that may be the Conservation Commission, because it is a conservated piece of property, is it not?
Well, you saw that document you had yesterday, last week rather, about the, what was it, Buffalo Park Conservation Area or something like that?
Yeah, I haven't read the fine details of it for quite a long time.
And I started to read it, but I fell asleep every time I started to read it.
And then it seems to me, aren't there two separate documents for Buffalo Park? One having to do with the creation of it, and the other having to do with the maintenance of it? Maybe I'm wrong. It was quite a while ago. I thought there were two. And I think it was Chuck Mitchell that told me that.
Where is High Street now? Down here? This is Highland Ave.
No, it would be,
Yeah.
So this is Buffalo Park, though, so does it go around?
yes. Yeah, it goes around like this.
Buffalo Park comes this way, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think you can ignore that. I think that was, got us.
Okay, I see.
This is a composition of two properties.
Okay.
There it
Here's
is.
kind, right here. So we wouldn't necessarily make this an access to Buffalo Park.
Why not?
I think
Because
the only-
according to what I saw, there's like a foot trail.
Right.
But
Not a road.
No, no,
Not a
no,
road.
no.
Foot
No,
trail.
no.
Right, I wouldn't say a
Only
road.
for foot access. If we had, like, if there was, and I believe there's like a small parking area
Yes,
there
there is.
already.
Right.
People could come in and park and then walk around the pond and access Buffalo Park by foot.
Do we have a map of the trail,
I thought you had it in that folder that you
of the trail
produced last
system?
week.
Let me get it. I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure Bob Hardy has one, but I thought I saw it in that folder you had last week.
You left it out for us, Catherine.
Did I leave it out?
Yes, you did. I read it briefly. I can't remember.
Is it on that little side table there, Pat?
No. No, because we had the...
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Go downstairs. I think it's down on the far side.
Smile.
He wouldn't be dressed without them.
Hi, Roy. How are you? Is that they're all coming up? You take another formal vote?
Huh?
You didn't take another formal vote, right?
Yeah.
You did?
Recommend it
Okay.
to the selectmen. Okay? They're coming up anyway, so. The chairman can fill you in on that.
I'm sure she will.
This one. It's really
No chocolate. You want it more macaroon? Okay, in accordance with RSA 41:14A regarding the conveyance of Lot U7-41A owned by the town of Tilton, located off School Street, for the abutting lot R17-1, owned by the Tilton School, located off School Street, town of Tilton, owned by the Tilton School.
We own one of them.
Right, the town of Tilton,
Okay.
owned by the Tilton School, right? Let me start over, I think. Time being 7 PM, I'll open the public hearing to receive public comment in accordance with RSA 41:14A regarding the conveyance of Lot U7-41A owned by the town of Tilton, located off School Street, for the abutting Lot R17-1 owned by the Tilton School, located off School Street. We will open the public hearing. We are anxious to hear everybody and anyone's comments on the conveyance of the property. I'm hoping everybody, it looks like everybody is familiar with the pieces that we are wanting to convey. 41A now belongs to, it's in yellow, belongs to the town of Tilton. And the pond that everybody is familiar with down on School Street is what the Tilton School currently owns, and it will be an equal swap. The town of Tilton's land is 2.9 acres, and the pond is 1.6 acres. It abuts Buffalo Park. So I will open this up to the public. Please, when you get up to speak into the microphone. That is working. State your name. If you're in a butter, you can add that. That would be pertinent to the public hearing. And, you know, whether you're for it, against it, reasons. I'd love to hear what you have to say. If you were downstairs talking to the planning board, yes, you have to start over again because we didn't hear any of it, so, sorry.
My name is Roy Wakefield. I live on Lot 36, otherwise known as 9 Daniel Drive. I've lived there for 43 years. Through the generosity of the owners of Lot 41 and 41A over the years, I've had access to Buffalo Park for those 43 years, and of course the town for the last 20. To deny me that access is going to devalue my property, certainly make it harder to sell. It will become just another 3-bedroom ranch. I don't really care who owns Lot 41A. Should Tilton School be granted this, I want a deeded easement for whoever owns Lot 36 to have access across it to Buffalo Park. That's all I would ask from a legal standpoint. Now, we need to get into a moral standpoint.
Roy, how far back does the town's property go behind? Does it cover the entire back of your yard, or?
The entire back and
Then
part of June Tilton.
Part of June's, okay.
June can't be here. She's currently undergoing rehab for
Right.
an injury.
Right.
The two properties are conjoined as wildlife habitat. Let's talk about the pond to begin with.
Which two properties are conjoined?
41A and the pond.
41A and the pond?
Yeah. From a wildlife standpoint.
For wildlife.
Pond is Lot 1 on R17. Yep.
Well, I'm going to refer to it as the pond
Nice
if
map.
I can.
I like that.
I pieced them.
It's been the pond for 43, well, more than
sorry, I
40.
can't hear you,
It's
Roy.
been the pond for more than 43 years to me,
Oh, yeah.
so... Okay, the pond. You come in from School Street, and there's a gravel area which can't be used as a parking lot because of the dry hydrant that you can't obstruct. So you have to go beyond the gate where it's mud. You're going to have to bring in gravel, etc., to make any kind of parking out there. The spillway is in poor condition. Halfway down, it's cracked across. The downstream side of it has lifted up approximately 6 inches. The water going over it is going to have to come up 6 inches higher to get down. Could spill over the edges and wash it out. Could. We can say it wouldn't happen, but You never know. Coulda, woulda, it might. From that end of the pond, you won't see much in the way of wildlife. You'll see a few tadpoles, a few small frogs. It's when you circle around and very quietly get to the edge of the pond in the back that it becomes a magical place from a wildlife standpoint. A turtle within minutes will pop its head up and watch you. A pair of green herons nested there successfully this year, and they're a bit of a secretive bird that you seldom see, yet they're not rare.
Right.
The pond supports two varieties of turtles that are, while not threatened, are being watched very closely. That's the common spotted turtle and the wood turtle. Now, the spotted turtle is aquatic and is, not affect. 41A has, no effect on its life there. The wood turtle, however, leaves the pond in the spring, roams the hardwoods and alders, feeding on vegetation, invertebrates, etc. The pond also supports a population of mole salamanders, which in New Hampshire are our common spotted salamander, those fat black ones with the bright yellow spots that you don't see in many habitats. So the pond is really a very special place, and a lot of human intrusion is going to spoil that. So, for instance, a wildlife viewing stand on the back, I think, would be a bad move. Now, the south side of the pond, the side that borders Lot 41A, is a series of dredge piles. The pond was dredged back in the 1950s, I believe. Those piles are up, down, up, down. They're silty clay, slippery, covered with alders. Not nice to walk across. A path would need to go around those.
How high are they?
15 feet, 20 feet maybe in some spots. But it's bad walking, even for someone as young as I am. You need to go around them. Well, those piles create some pinch points between the piles and the stone wall that would border that property. Now, along that edge of the pond, it's rocks, moss-covered rocks. It's not good walking at all. 41A, once you get past the alders and the wet along the School Street end, becomes dry, gradually sloping, no boulders. That's what runs in back of my house. There's about an acre of periwinkle growing there, in fact. That's where the walking paths should be. And that's why I say these two properties are conjoined from an ecological standpoint, from a natural standpoint. Neither one should ever be developed in any form other than unobtrusive walking path to access Buffalo Park. Too much human intrusion is going to cause great damage to the ecology of the pond, I think. Now, Lot 41A is also a wildlife corridor, and I've got to call into Fish and Game about that. I've talked to the Audubon Society already. I'm going to call into Fish and Game. Wildlife corridors are becoming scarcer and scarcer. Wildlife comes from the land on the backside of the chapel, the back 40 that Tilton School calls it. They cross at the foot of the hill by the pond, come up through Lot 41A in back of my house, into Buffalo Park, cross again up by the Soldiers Home Pond, which I think is another access to Buffalo Park there. Then they can go all the way to the pound in Samerton, I don't know. But you've got deer, bear, I have my yearly bear, moose, my yearly moose in the spring, foxes, coyotes, raccoons, fishers. There's always fishers traveling back and forth. A neighbor has a trail camera, and he is forever getting pictures of fishers. Mink and otter travel up through there. I've caught mink by accident in box traps. And these corridors are scarcer and scarcer and scarcer.
But
The next corridor up School Street is between the two Wadley farms. You might see a bear cross. I've seen several cross there on occasion. And I guess what I'm asking you to do is to postpone action on this and let me take a member of the Conservation Commission, and I would love to take a biology teacher from Tilton School for a tour and show them these game trails, take them to the back of the pond, let them experience what's there. Because it's really magical. It really is. And
Sounds it, I'd love to go.
you're welcome, Pat. Stop at my house any day, and I'll show you all of this.
Just don't
But
show her any snakes, and you'll be all set.
Those I have on my front steps. They sun themselves.
I'll come. I
Go to
love
the
snakes.
side door.
Doesn't a wildlife corridor have to be a throughway? To be a wildlife corridor?
A what?
A throughway.
A throughway. Because 93 would effectively dead end any corridor from School Street.
But from 93 to School Street is a lot of territory. There's a lot of wildlife living there. Now, they do cross 93. I mean, they get hit there all the time.
I know
Deer
there
and
is a
whatnot.
huge wetlands behind Lowe's, so are you talking about that area in particular?
No, I'm talking about
Behind Lowe's and Kohl's?
behind this police station.
Okay, behind Lowe's and Kohl's.
Well,
Further
more
back.
towards the old farmhouse,
Okay,
behind
yep.
the hockey rink,
Okay,
all that land that the school owns up in there.
okay.
Yes.
There's a lot of wildlife that lives there, and they trade back and forth. The otter and mink come from the river up that little brook.
Yeah.
They cross.
Packer.
No, that's
No, that's not Packer Brook. That's, I don't know what the name of that brook is.
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it?
I used to know
Ice
the
House
name of
Pond.
it.
You're talking about Ice House
No,
Pond.
not that far up.
No, that's,
No?
well,
What little brook? The brook by
That's-
the police station?
that's Gray's Pond.
Oh, that's
When I
the
was a
brook that comes
kid,
out of this pond, doesn't it?
Yes.
It comes out of Tilton School Pond, and it
Do we have a
goes
name for
across
that?
by the police. I don't think it has a name.
I think, I recall back in the days, my father had a name for it, but I don't recall what it is.
I'm
I'm
sure
sure
there were
there's
several names, but
sure there's
are
a
they
name.
official? I'm not sure.
Like the name for Wickloss Lake, which I can no longer repeat.
Now,
Or,
you're saying that wildlife corridor is, they come through 41A and not the pond?
not the pond, and I can show you.
Interesting.
The wildlife, deer, etc., they take the path of least
Hoover
resistance.
Pond, that was the old name of it.
What was the name of it?
Hoover.
Hoover Pond.
This is,
That's the pond we're trading for, though.
Right.
That's not the one they're talking
But she asked
about.
if that brook had a name, maybe it was Hoover Brook.
that's it's hockey.
Hockey?
That's what
Hockey
that
pond?
says.
That's hockey pond.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
don't
looked
think
through
it's
all
called
three of
Hockey
my
Brook.
lenses. Like a hockey pond. Well, that, because the school probably.
No, wildlife
for that.
areas don't have to be large.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I've had 9 deer in my backyard at once. This was just after dark on the last day of hunting season.
I have one in back of my house.
9 of them, anyway. So, there's all kinds of animals travel up through there. Like I was telling them downstairs, I've been an amateur naturalist, I think, since I was 4. That's the earliest I can remember. I've hunted, fished, I don't hunt anymore, I haven't killed a fish in 10 years, but I wonder at God's creations, I guess.
In your opinion, the growth on 41A, is it more, I mean, it's a much bigger property, almost by, over an acre.
An acre, right.
Right.
Is it much more suitable for wildlife habitat than the pond?
Depends on the wildlife. It's not wetland.
Well,
It's only wetland down near School Street. Behind my house, it's a gentle slope that's dry unless you dig down 4 feet.
I'm just surprised that wildlife wouldn't be drawn to the pond for water.
Well, they are. But
if
only in
there's-
certain spots.
That's exactly Roy's point. If there's more activity by by interaction from the town, with a lot of activities going on from, children's or whatever, he's afraid that that part is going to go away.
You're going to spoil there's an interaction between the two lots.
So even if we kept 41A and did not swap properties,
Nothing
you would not like to
happens-
see any
Nothing
type...
happens to Tilton School Pond.
Right,
It can't be developed.
Can't be
Nothing
developed,
can
correct.
be done with it.
right.
But 41A, if the town kept it, because there's always been talk of this eastern access to Buffalo Park. Would
They're
you
both
be...
access, yeah.
Pardon?
Both lots are access.
No, no.
41A is
I mean
better
public access. I mean parking lot
Well,
and footpath. Would you be opposed to that?
no, not at all.
But wouldn't that activity deter
It won't,
that wildlife corridor?
It won't bother that wildlife corridor as much as human intrusion around the back. The pond is a very delicate ecosystem, in my opinion.
Gotcha,
Very delicate. You've got a couple, like I say,
gotcha,
almost threatened varieties of, well, they're turtles,
Gotcha.
but
gotcha.
I want my grandchildren
Light
to see
came on.
them.
I gotcha. Light
you
came
know?
on.
And I
Okay.
think neither of those two properties should ever be developed. And if you want to make the swap, please deed into 41A the fact that it is conservation land forevermore, if it can be done. Now, I know
Well,
the
that was a
town-
question, but that was a question, whether or not a conservation easement would go along with the deed, and
I think that should be a requirement.
that was a discussion, and then there would be no swap. It was a straight swap.
Conservation Commission recommended that early on.
Right, they recommended it. This has been an ongoing, conversation for years now, and
Let's look
no,
at it
that
this
would
way.
not be a part of it.
In the early 90s, 41A was an approved building lot with an approved septic plan. The price of the septic system prevented the owner from building. He allowed it to go to the town for back taxes. In 1994, at town meeting, you voted to keep it a green space. Doesn't that vote have to be rescinded?
They voted to make it a town park.
A town park.
Right.
I know who put the warrant article together,
Okay,
and it wasn't me.
and that doesn't have to be rescinded?
The selectmen under the RSAs have the authority to designate and purchase and sell properties for a town park. But it's an interesting question.
The use would still be the same. And
Right.
If we were to swap, the use, our intent on the use for that would be for access to Buffalo Park. It wouldn't be for, a grave intrusion of people and activities and so on and so forth. It would still be
Problem, yeah.
on our piece. It has been strongly suggested that we put a conservation easement on that, on our piece, if we acquire the pond. I don't, the intent is not to change anything there.
Except for the fact that access to the park through the pond property is,
No more than
It's
what's there
terrible.
now.
it's terrible.
It would be a walking path, no more than what's there now.
It's a poor walking path, especially for the older people in this town, who I think have an equal right to enjoy Buffalo Park.
Well, there's an access up on High Street. You drive in, there's a parking lot, and you
Right.
can go in there.
For 43 years, I've been able to walk to Buffalo Park. I don't want to have to
Oh,
drive
I understand what
to
you're
it.
saying, but if you use the argument of the elderly, they can go up on High Street Extension.
Well, they can't, and
Park
they
in
can
there,
walk up until
it's
they
easier.
get the rock, causeway, bridge, whatever you call, over Packer Brook, and then that's as far as they can go. They can't walk across. It's all I can do to get across that, and I'm in pretty good shape. So, I really believe that the town should spend the money to come off School Street and build some sort of an access there. There may be federal monies available. The pond, I really want you to postpone this so I can walk some of you through this.
I want to take you up on that. I want to see these properties
Yeah,
through your eyes, because I don't
I do
Walked it
too.
for
have the
43
same
years.
vision.
Yeah, I've walked it for 43 years. My kids used to do sledding on 41A. It was a field with ferns growing in it. I mean, the trees are 40 years old on it. But there's this interaction, and it's only this little parcel of Buffalo Park that has this ecological niche. The rest of it doesn't. Soldiers Home Pond doesn't have it. It's not there anywhere else. You say the pond's about a quarter silted in. We've got now about a quarter of the way down yellow pond lilies growing. They typically grow in water about a foot deep. We've got cattails there for the first time in the 43 years I've lived there. So it is silting in. Eventually it will totally silt in. Not in our lifetimes. And then there's the liability. It's a man-made pond less than an acre. I don't know. Do you still have to fence them like we had to fence in farm ponds? I don't know. To fence it in would destroy it. To fence it in would destroy it. And, yeah, I would welcome. Call me any Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I'd be happy to take any of you for a walk through it. And
Well, you've
just
definitely
look at it
opened
through
my
the
eyes.
of a amateur naturalist.
Yep. Absolutely. I'll take you up on it.
Like I say, it would mean you've got to postpone this. And I want a member of the Conservation Commission, and I would love a member, a biology teacher from Tilton School to go with us.
Could we get somebody from Fish and Game?
They haven't returned my call yet. The Audubon Society has. And I guess, I don't know, does Tilton School have any, are there any representatives from Tilton School here?
No.
No.
They were at the planning the last time.
Do they have any thought of donating the pond property to the town and taking the right off? They've got more land than they really know what to do with. They don't have a use for this piece of land, except to have it. I mean, I don't know. I know they have no plans of further development.
Right.
I talked to someone who talked to someone who knows a
Right.
member of the board of directors, so
There's no,
And-
right.
But you don't know what'll happen 10 years
I don't know
from now
what'll happen
either.
tomorrow or
Right.
next
Right.
year when the headmaster retires.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And I just want this 41A tied up so nothing can ever be done to it other than low usage footpath. And, yeah, I mean, I walked down through there today and, you know, there's 3 paths up through there and I can find a deer track or 2 and some that I'm not sure of. And last year's deer manure, if you'd like to see some. But,
Great.
okay?
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate it, Roy. I really
I'll be
appreciate
calling
that
you.
input. We'll be calling you, for sure. I will
We
take you
should
up on it.
coordinate a time and...
I would love to do that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I'd
open
like
it.
to
Does
work.
anyone else want to say anything? Go ahead, Mr. Thurston, is it?
Yes, I'm Steve Thurston, and my wife Diana and I own the property just north of the pond. I guess it's parcel number 2 there on School Street.
Okay.
So we've lived there 24 years, I guess, and I don't know if I have concerns yet. I'm looking for reassurance, and I've heard you make a statement, Pat, earlier that, and I heard downstairs as well, that the intended use of the property, the pond property, is not expected to really change from what it currently is. Is that?
That's our intent. You know, I have no idea what 10 years from now is going to bring, but
Well, the Park Commissioners and the Conservation Commission have always talked about it being another entrance to Buffalo Park, a place for cars to park and then a footpath.
Well, there's sort of two potential uses. One is the pond itself, and, you know, it's being used currently for a fishing derby, right, once a year.
Rotary.
Right, the Rotary.
Rotary does that. I assume that use would continue. I've heard some talk that there might be use of the pond for skating in the wintertime. You're nodding your head.
I am.
Well,
She's not.
it could be. It hasn't been discussed. It really depends on what we do with it. If we make it part of the Buffalo Park Conservation Area, then all of that management authority is the Conservation Commission's. They can designate it to others for themselves. If we make it its own park and don't put it there, then it comes under the Park Commissioner's purview. I can tell you now, the Park Commissioners are planning to put a skating area in at the 132 ball field. So whether or not we'd want a second one to maintain, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the concerns have to do with, misuse of the property. I mean, when we first moved there were some issues. That was before the gate got put up. I mean, people would drive in there, park and party and whatever else, and that was an issue. But since that gate's been put up, there really has been very minimal intrusion and minimal, what I would say, misuse. I mean, come fishing derby time, there's a lot of use, and that's great. And after that, there are people that keep coming back, and they make their way around both sides of the pond, and that's not an issue. But our property line comes pretty close to the pond on our side. So that's a potential concern if more people might be using, that side of the pond. So as long as parking would continue to be outside the gate, is that the intent, I guess? And
We haven't really gone that far to discuss it, but our intent was that it would be non-intrusive to what it is right now.
Right. But as Mr. Wakefield said, if that truly is a fire pond and the fire department doesn't want parking there, then that would be another issue itself.
Right.
So,
Meaning
But
that...
if the fire district is allowed to use it as a fire pond by the current owner,
right.
if the ownership changes, that could change as well. And again, if it becomes part of Buffalo Park Conservation Area, that decision is made by the Conservation Commission and not the Board of Selectmen.
Right.
So what you're asking is not decided. It doesn't help, but, I mean,
Well,
I think the Board of Selectmen, Pat has said, and I agree with her, that we would like to see it pretty much remain pristine and not be trampled upon.
yeah.
However, depending on what we do with it, the management of the property could be taken out of the hands of the Board of Selectmen, and we would not have a say.
Yeah.
But I would suspect the Conservation Commission would also want to see it remain.
Yeah, there's trash cans
Untrodden
put
on.
around, and people pretty much, respect that and so forth. But it's a very beautiful, peaceful sight from our property.
Right.
And thinking about it potentially being more disrupted by, public use is a concern.
Very good points.
As far as getting access to Buffalo Park, there really appears to be only one logical way to go around the pond, and that would be to the south side, right?
Right.
So, yeah. Otherwise, around our side, there's no
Right.
access, other than
It would be
through
on
our
the other
property
side,
to get
opposite
there.
side,
So,
right.
Right.
I guess has there been thought to, will that be, do you envision that that's going to become very apparent to people coming in, which way they go to get to their walking path to go around?
I would
might
say
there
that
be
it
a
would-
sign or something that might direct people that way so that...
I would assume that whomever has jurisdiction over this, if we do make this swap, that they will make it very clear to
Yeah.
the public which way to travel.
Yeah. That would be important, I think, as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
I would say it would be very important for their safety as well as
don't know what that is.
It's like a wet area. But this-
Yeah, I guess that would assume that there's no, no overnight use and no camping and none of that kind of use, right? Would there be posted hours that it would be open, or?
I think that would all depend on which entity has jurisdiction. There are posted hours on, Park Commission there's no overnight. And Conservation, I'm not sure about the rules of Conservation, but I'm saying no. But, however, it depends on which jurisdiction it would be.
I mean, the stewardship plan for Buffalo Park is pretty set, although they do allow hunting.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I have this vision of Roy's nice ecological vision.
Again, I guess the only other potential concern is if there were multiple events or town events that would, triple or more of the use of the property on an annual basis, then that would be a concern.
I agree with you on that, because that would be one of my concerns too, whether I'm in a butter or not. It still would be one of my concerns, just for the ecological portion of it with the pond right now.
Yeah.
The more that you use it, the more it really does destroy that value.
Yeah.
That's right.
And after a week or so after the fishing derby, there really isn't much fish there.
Well, someone gave me a call, a resident gave me a call, and they said, could whoever, has the jurisdiction, if the Parks Commission or the Conservation, could they put a rule that only 12-year-olds can fish in the, 12 and under fish in the pond, because when the Rotary stocks the pond, then the day after the derby, the adults fish the hell out of it, so.
Yeah.
You would just...
Who enforces that?
I know. How do you?
Right.
I don't want to be the one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can tell you if it becomes part of Buffalo Park, the biggest impact would be hunting and fishing. The use limitations on this, the conservation area shall be maintained in perpetuity in an undeveloped and natural condition without there being conducted thereon any activities except as described below. And they're really describing no structure or improvements, no vegetation destruction, that type of thing. And then really the only biggest impact I can find is, they don't even allow domestic animals.
In Buffalo Park?
In Buffalo Park. Well, I find that interesting. There should be no
I find that
domestic
very
animals
interesting.
allowed in the conservation area except for dogs and leashes and under control. But like I said, the hunting and fishing would be the biggest impact.
Make sure they
If
wear
it became
orange.
part of Buffalo Park.
But we had our dog get caught in a leg hole trap back there. I know one other dog that's got caught in a trap.
So somebody is actively trapping in there?
And that's hunting.
That hasn't happened in quite a few years,
It's allowed in the park.
but I was trapping last.
Yep, that's hunting. It's considered hunting. I think it's a
Imagine.
different license, but that's hunting. It's a form of hunting.
I just found this out last week.
Yeah.
I'm just stunned. Imagine, walk your dog in the park, but
Blow 'em
watch
away.
out for traps and wear orange.
Yeah.
Well, it says the dog must be under control and on a leash.
And teach your kids if they hear a pop, duck.
Yeah.
I wonder what the procedure would be if we wanted to change that.
People are teaching the kids.
The Conservation Commission.
Yeah,
Hmm?
to remove hunting.
And the hunters are teaching their kids.
But I
if you hear a
remember we
duck,
kind of spoke against it before.
I was adamant.
Yeah?
Is there anybody else that would like to speak on, Mr. Haberman?
Yeah. This gentleman's been
You'll have to speak into the mic, because other people are going to watch this on TV and on the website, and they're not going to hear you.
Okay, this gentleman here, his name is,
Roy Wakefield. Yep.
in his conversation with us,
You got to get closer to the mic, we can't hear you.
Just push it down for you. There you go.
his conversation with us about 41A, which is what we're swapping for the pond.
Right.
It became very clear, especially when these two were conversing back and forth about it, that there's a very definite, let's say, gray area about what that particular piece of property is. He sees it as something which is very useful, and she sees it as something so wet that it's totally useless.
And you're right, that is what I was told.
And what I'm suggesting is that perhaps it might be a good idea for us to walk the property, let this gentleman take us for a walk over that property, and make a better decision about what we've got. It may be that, depending on your point of view, we may already have a much better access to Buffalo Park than the pond would be. And if that's the case, I think we ought to take a closer look and know what we're talking about before we make such a move as we're suggesting here. And that's basically my position. We just don't really know enough about what we're doing to be sure that we're doing the right thing.
I think that's well said.
You're right.
So
Are you ready for a field trip?
And if we can set that up, I will have filled my purpose by getting up here and speaking.
Okay. We will, we'll try to set that up with Mr. Wakefield and get a tour, and particularly I'm interested in some of the ecological places that he's describing.
Right.
I think it's very important for us, we do have one more public hearing before we make a decision.
Right.
And just so that you know how what the procedure is, and it's not the board's sense that we're going to just go out and make a decision. We really want to be informed about this before we do make a decision.
What is the timeline then, in general, for the next hearing and your...
The next hearing is September 1st. There is no timeline for us to make a decision. There's no, by law, we don't have to have a deadline. They've been talking about this for some long time, and it's been brought to our attention to take a serious look at it. And we have the deeds written up. We have a public hearing, required by law for 2 public hearings. So between now and the next public hearing, we should go out with Mr. Wakefield and Fish and Game and Audubon, whomever you can get the biology. Donna wants to come along with her, Mr. Haberman wants to come along, and look at that, and take a serious look at what we're swapping, and from a different perspective.
Right.
I've seen it, I've walked it, and I haven't really looked at it from your eyes, or your eyes from an abutter. I've looked at it from a selectman's eyes.
Traffic on Daniel Drive has become brutal. Now, some years
Has become
ago...
what?
Brutal.
It's been terrible.
Terrible.
I used to
Drive?
refer to
Yep.
Daniel Drive jokingly as Widow Hill, because Doug Richter, myself, and Doug Merrill were the only adult males alive up there. But now, times have changed. We have a lot of new families.
Yes.
A lot of young children up there. We've got traffic now, Daniel Drive has become a Main Street bypass
Yes.
to get to School Street and up.
They go up Cedar Street, High Street, Daniel Drive, down to the lights,
And they
Prospect
fly.
Street.
Really?
Yep.
We need to put a stop to that
I
traffic.
can attest to it.
So, I have something to throw out to Tilton School. Would they be willing to swap the pond property for Pillsbury Lane, subject to one condition, that it
We own
remain...
Pillsbury Lane.
We do own Pillsbury Lane. We better own Pillsbury Lane. We rebuilt it, we plow it, we sand it, we salt it,
You mean, you're talking about giving them the actual street?
subject to one condition, that it remain an open and maintained right-of-way for those of us who live on top of the hill.
That would be difficult.
That would give them continuity with their new property, which frankly, they haven't been very good tenants of.
How would you propose monitoring that so that people who do not live at the top of the hill
Okay?
are not accessing?
I just think a private drive sign would do it all. Well, the only reason it needs to be left open is because if you have a two-wheel drive car in a snowstorm, you're probably not going to get up Prospect Hill. You're probably not going to get up Chestnut Street if you live any further up than Pine Street. But School Street being, dare I say this, state-maintained,
Not
is
this year.
usually in much better condition,
Not this year.
Now, you're saying
especially if school is called off.
this traffic is coming from where?
It's coming off of, they go Cedar Street,
But where
High
do,
Street,
are these,
Chestnut, Daniel, and then down to the
are
lights.
these,
No, they come from the school over there. This is the shortcut.
School, and school's about to open again.
that's their shortcut?
That's a shortcut so they can get onto the lights.
So they're coming off of Winter
They
Street?
can't, they can't get on off of Winter
It's a
Street.
shortcut in time.
It's right. They can't get onto
It's a Main
Winter Street.
Street bypass, and
Chief, do you have any ideas how we can resolve this issue?
I'll take a ride up
We
there.
visited.
Meet with them and take a look at it. I just pulled up the map.
I mean,
We do directed patrols on Cedar and High after school, and I'll have them pay particular attention to Daniel and do a traffic
Yeah.
count.
could we not,
I'll come up and see you, Roy.
I'd like again to extend an invitation to park on my front lawn.
Put the trailer up
And-
there, and then that will do a count.
Put the trailer up.
what if we put
It'll do a
Might
count.
help. Yeah, they don't obey the speed limit. I mean, they fly.
those through
See, my
traffic?
neighbor and I, every time a new crack develops, we rejoice in that maybe it'll be a frosty for the winter. And
Between 2 o'clock
See you.
and 6
Wooden
o'clock?
trailer up there
No
today.
city traffic,
thank you very much.
local traffic only?
They might consider themselves local traffic.
We've lowered the
No.
speed limit up there trying to do something, and obviously that has made no, I mean, that's not the problem.
Right,
It's the speed, it's the amount of traffic.
exactly. So what if we did a not a through street from the hours of 1 to 5, local traffic only? We can't say local traffic because
They're local traffic.
they're local. Well, some of them aren't.
Yeah, but they say, well,
We've got the signs that say children, we've got the sign that says blind person.
Right. They still go.
They don't care.
They don't care.
Because you can still have the same volume of traffic obeying the speed limit.
Right.
So how do we reduce the
The
traffic?
volume of traffic. Reduce the
You can
volume
only
of
do
traffic.
that by limiting it to local traffic or one-way streets and dead ends.
When I moved up there, it was 2 dirt tracks, the grass in the middle, the driveway to the old mansion where
And the buggy came down.
may have been known to party when I was in high school.
I have someone that confirms that. We're just talking about you this weekend. Last weekend. Chief, what do you think? I mean, how do you reduce the flow, the amount of traffic? Because they can go through there acknowledging the speed limit, and you still have that volume of through traffic. So how do we eliminate that through traffic?
Roy, is it after school is when you're seeing it, or?
Rush hour mostly.
Yeah,
can't
so
tell.
are we talking like 4 to
And the
6?
speed limit, you can't drive on this road.
Worse, right?
Oh, they all do it, though.
I know.
Because I take the back road to Prospect Street to get the light.
I know, like Pat mentioned, sometimes they make it, one way, so traffic could only come down Chestnut Street from 2 to 4, 2 to 6. I've seen that done in some communities, or no left turn during these hours, so when traffic comes out of High Street, it can't make a
Cedar
left up
Street.
the hill during these
There'd ought to
hours.
be an entrance up there.
So we can look at stuff like
Cedar
It's
that.
awful.
I'd like to look at Tilton School taking over. If Hillbury Lane becomes a private drive, only a right-of-way.
I can't see that making a difference, though, to that traffic.
And how are they going, who's going to enforce that? If it's now a private way, the local police, do they have jurisdiction to enforce
If you,
authority there?
right,
Not traffic,
And the campus junction,
not,
enforce the law.
not traffic laws.
We do, there's some restrictions on private roads, but I think
it's one way or...
we can look at both. I'll come up and meet with you next week, and
I know for a fact, because I live on Maple Court, in order for me to come out, it's much quicker for me, if there were no traffic, to come out Maple Court, take a right on Cedar, come down Winter, and go on to Main Street. However, with the traffic, it is much quicker in time for me to take a left on Cedar, go down High Street, cross over Chestnut, and go up to Prospect and get the light. I'll get the light before anyone behind me goes down the Main Street route.
Right.
And I'll get the light way before them. It's just a matter of, they all take that route before they get out onto Winter Street. It's awful.
Can you make those access routes, Cedar, Chestnut, one way during a certain time?
We had talked
And
about that
keeping
last
it-
year.
Keeping it open to local traffic.
No,
Right.
we had talked about that last year, and we pretty much dismissed it
Right.
in favor of going to a 20-mile-an-hour limit. Now,
That was because we were
as
addressing
Mr.
the
Wakefield,
speeding issue.
No, it was a way of...
Yes, it was. We were addressing the speeding
It
issue.
was, but it was also a way of slowing down the traffic, because we had issues on Cedar Street where a woman's dog was hit and killed, and, as she was walking it,
That's correct.
and there were children playing there as well.
Right.
And, we slowed the traffic down now. I mean, as you said, they don't pay attention to
When the
that.
trailer
They're
got
going
banged
hell-bent for election to get to wherever it is that they want to be. It's incumbent upon the police to be up there, make their presence known, so people are slowing down and pull people over who are in excess of 20 miles an hour and write a few tickets.
Police, where to go.
Well, I can only picture people going up around Daniel Drive if they want to access Pillsbury Lane to get to School Street and head north. Because if they want to go, I can't picture people going all the way up around Daniel Drive to get to Prospect Street when they can cut straight across High. Well, and as Pat said, I live up on Clark Road, and I usually, when I'm coming into town, I take Winter Street. And there are times when the traffic is backed up, and I've been known to take Cedar to High to Prospect. Usually, though, usually...
Down to the lights. Right.
And usually I keep it down to 20 miles an hour just to tick off the people who are behind me.
If you're going to control the volume of the traffic in those neighborhoods, and not just Daniel Drive, because as Norm said, some people just use High Street, they don't go up that far.
Right.
You can access the light at Chestnut, you can go across to Academy and get to School Street. If we're going to eliminate the volume of traffic in those neighborhoods, then we have to do something about closing the corridors, Cedar, Chestnut, 2 cars during that time, without hampering or inconveniencing the locals.
I would still prefer to swap Pillsbury Lane.
But that would only resolve Daniel Drive issues.
No,
If I came up Cedar Street,
going up.
I could still come up Cedar Street, go across Pine, and come down Chestnut. And then go across to Academy.
Bridge been built?
Well, theoretically, someday when there is a bridge there. So I'd use High Street now. But you see what I mean? I could still bypass that traffic and not go up as far as you, but still add to the volume of local traffic.
Not on Daniel Drive.
Right.
You're gonna go too often, you know?
But I'm just inconveniencing those that live below you.
Right,
So Pillsbury Lane is not going to resolve the issue for all that live in the area.
Right.
We have to do
We have to
something
take a
about those
real look
access
at- right.
roads.
We do.
We need to be creative there. That's a good thought.
Yeah, great thought.
Thank you.
Speaking of good thoughts, does anybody else have any other thoughts that they would like to add to the public hearing anymore?
I would just like to add that one of my concerns that Mr. Wakefield brought up was the dam around, at that pond, the spillway. I mean, I think it's still considered a dam by DES because it's holding back the waters.
It's a dam spillway, yeah, I think.
There's some repair and maintenance issues there
Yep.
that I had not considered.
I looked in the file today to see if there was anything from DES on past checks to the dam, and there's absolutely nothing in that file.
When we had the dam spillover of the Fleischacker property,
Right.
it had been years, and they admitted at that time that they're just understaffed.
Yep,
And of course, we had the tragedy in Alton Bay.
right.
But it's an issue that we need to address and consider, because do we want to adopt something that needs to be repaired?
Right, we really don't want to take on an expense to the town, that's for sure.
Yep.
And then maintained.
Right.
So we need to contact DES
And we'll look at it.
and look at it.
Yep.
Let's see what they require of them.
Let's get together get a date going on with Roy.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Sunday's my best bet, I have a reunion on Saturday.
Wednesday, Thursday afternoon.
I could do Sunday.
No, Sunday's oh, you already did the cleanup, that's right.
I can't do Sunday. I've got something going.
What about next Friday? That gives a lot of time for a lot of people to,
Friday afternoon, yeah.
next Friday afternoon, the 26th.
I'd rather take 2 groups than one large group. We're talking about tomorrow?
No, next Friday.
Week from Friday, the 26th.
26th.
I don't want to cause too much. Residents.
So if you took who wants to come, yeah, in this group?
Would be best.
Okay.
Okay. So like the Selectmen and Mr. Haberman and Jane? Okay. Friday afternoon, the 26th, what time?
What time?
I'd have to do at least 3.
That's okay.
Pick one. It wants to be early afternoon, when the mosquitoes come out.
Like 2-ish?
2-ish is fine. 26 to 2.
Okay.
Can we meet at the pond?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the best place.
The 26th at 2 PM at the pond. And then you'll take another small group out if somebody contacts you, okay.
I don't want us hiking along and making our own game trails. No.
That would be defeated, wouldn't it?
I don't either. Is there anything else to add or to the public hearing? If not, then I will close the public hearing, and our second public hearing will be on September 1st here at Town Hall at 7 p.m. I invite you all back for more discussion. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you, Boyd, for your input. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Thurston. I appreciate your input. Okay, do we want to, do you want to talk about the Grange, or do you want to talk about the SRO or the consortium next? Or minutes?
Should we wait for the consortium for Joe, or
It can...
next week?
He'd really like us to take a look at it, but if you... with the ideas, but we can wait for that, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
I talked to Tim. He
had some ideas.
Yeah, I had read the agreements, and that's why I suggested that he look at it.
Okay.
I don't know where it is.
How about SRO? Any more on that, or? He has a draft, I know that.
The chief and I met yesterday. Tim was nice enough to present us with a draft. We had others from the school. We had some that the chief had found from other districts. We had a lot of information. And we rough draft one using all of that. What was nice was the chief brought the eyes of the police into it, which I think was missing. The laws, and kept us focused on what they could do and couldn't do. We're going to meet again Monday night and kind of fine-tune that. Tim is off next week, so the financial and the cost part of it is going to be up in the air. So I guess the question is, school is going to start before we have this resolved?
We, in talking with Tim briefly after I saw the draft, did we, my one and only concern was that if we change SRO staff, are we allowing for the different variants of pay grades?
We will.
Okay.
We've talked of a couple of different ways of doing it. I mean, one of the questions is, are we going to just try to figure out our actual costs, or are we going to be business-minded and look at this and, you know, we'd have to estimate administrative costs and come up with, this is a figure that we feel comfortable with that will cover everything. And in that, we'd plug into, say, for example, the highest paid patrolman that could possibly be over there, and use that figure as a basis for the salary line.
Yep.
So those are things that are being discussed.
Excellent. Okay. That sounds great.
So it leads me to the question, does the Board of Selectmen want to have an SRO officer when school starts, what, in 2 weeks? It's 2 weeks, isn't it?
A week from Monday.
Week from, that's running right along. When school starts, because this won't be, I mean, it probably can be completed. It'll be, we may have something for you to look at Thursday, next Thursday.
Yep.
But, you know, we're going to hash it around. It's not going to be ready for the first day of school, is what I'm saying.
Well, I know, but I think the point that we all agreed on is if we're going to have an SRO officer, that it should not cost the townspeople of Tilton anything.
Right, but the question is, while we're still hashing this around, do we not send an SRO over there, or do we send one over there?
Are they aware
In
that
good
we're
faith.
rewriting the...
Do you know if they're aware that we're doing this?
I don't know.
Joyce, I think we asked Joyce to contact them. I'm pretty sure we did. I don't know if that was done. So that's the question. Do we have an SRO in place on the first day of school? Continue with this, make our decision whether we're going to continue with the SRO or not after school started. Personally, I think we should have one there because that's what we've been doing.
Right.
It's what the student body expects.
No, I
You
agree.
decided on who you're going to put there?
We only had one officer put in for it, so,
Is that the same one it's been all along?
No.
no.
No, I agree with you. I think if there's a possibility we're going to continue it, then we should start the school year with one, so that it's not, what is this? He's here, he's not here, he's here, so.
I'd feel more comfortable if they knew that we are looking at the change in the
Yeah.
contract.
I don't want to blindside them.
Exactly.
Catherine,
Not
would
in
you
the middle
mind
of...
calling them tomorrow? Because
Tammy.
Joyce is gone, right?
Tammy. Tammy.
Tammy Davis. Has she taken up her married name yet?
I have that document on my computer now. I made all the changes that we did yesterday, so that's all done.
Oh, good.
I'll probably be emailing it to Tim tonight to look at it.
Okay. Can you send it to all of the selectmen so they can see it? Then maybe, read it, make changes.
Yep. Okay.
Send them to the computer guru, don't send them to me.
That'd be great, and then we could look at it, and then maybe it'd be really close before school starts that we could get it going. I'm
Did
saying
you,
this is it.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you put in any of the Pelham?
Doing that now.
Okay. That we talked about? Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
So that's where we are with that.
That's super. We asked, last week, we asked Joyce to send out to get an estimate on the cost of the boundary on the Grange to get the markers. It was originally surveyed by DMC. She sent 3 different people, Yerkes, Kraus, is it Krause?
No,
Or Kraus, and Clark of DMC.
Which is the one that did it for Bernard?
Yerkes. So Yerkes sent back an email that said that they would set the 3 boundary,
Sandy.
the estimate.
Keep that one.
Oh, keep this one?
Yeah.
That's good first.
Is $400 to $500 from Yerkes. From DMC is $1,500, a retainer of $500. And then Kraus is $200 to $300 to set, recover the monuments noted on your sketches, and additional $500 to $600 for a total not to exceed $900. I think he's misunderstanding something about
Yeah, because he's talking about resetting.
resetting, and there's nothing to reset.
Right, he's got to find it.
Who were you just talking about?
David Krause.
David Krause. It says it's my...
Joyce, based on... Well, yeah, to recover, he's to find them.
So he's...
So the research is $200 to $300, and then the actual physically going out there and putting in a pin or a monument?
Right.
So the,
Now, do we have a copy of what she sent them?
yes, yeah, should be right on the
Right
bottom.
on the bottom part of what you just read.
Yeah, right there.
So there's no sketch?
Yes, there is, right here. That's what,
Oh, I don't have that.
oh, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So that's, she sent them that sketch?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that.
There's a sketch of the land.
The Grange.
Yeah,
So this
okay.
is, she
And
sent
then
them...
she circled the
she sent
3
them all this
pins.
and asked them to locate these 3 pins.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Did you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
That's what she sent.
And if you look at John Bernard's plan, he wants to come across here,
He wants a 15-foot easement.
Right.
here. But this one on the Yerkes plan that he submitted to the planning board, this one is not circled around, so it's not a set. And I went up there the other day, and it's not marked. This one also is not marked. They said they would do that after the subdivision. Well,
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with that. And this one's not marked.
Well, that's the
So
standard
these are the 3 that
practice.
really are in question. These are all marked and circled. See how, oh, this is actually a copy of the map.
Yeah.
See how they're marked?
This one says it's under the stone, but did they look?
Well, there is no stone wall there.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's a retaining wall. And he explained to the board, he explained to the planning board how that came about, that there was no stone wall. He did not take the stone wall out, he said. Do you want to fill Catherine in on that conversation?
Well, just the fact that it was done by when they put the sewer line in. That's what he told the board.
Really? That's supposed to be replaced. When you remove a stone wall, it's supposed to be replaced.
And that was done when the sewer line was put in, correct? That's what he said.
Wow.
Yep, that's what he said. So, I'm wondering if the board would find it in their budget to do $400 to $500 to get those boundaries so that we can make an educated decision whether or not we're going to grant an easement or grant a right of access. I don't want to do that unless we know exactly where our points are, because there's some questionable boundaries there. And we keep saying there's questionable boundaries, and somewhere along the line, it's going to be to our detriment if we continue knowing that there's questionable boundaries.
What was,
Do we have any idea where we could get the money from?
Legal line? Wouldn't that be legal?
Yeah.
what was DMC's?
1,500.
I think I would not be inclined to use the one that did the survey for Bernard,
I was going to say,
only because I like the fact that
If it was questioned.
the one that's not to exceed $900
Yep.
is going to do some research and reconnaissance.
Yep.
yep. Well, I was
just-
going to say I would recommend that first one.
Me too.
And, you know, I mean, a simple phone call just to let him know, well, there's nothing there now, you know, instead of, no, you're not, well, I don't know, maybe he could locate it, you don't know.
There is
but-
something there now in 2 of the spots.
I would
but
just
not-
like
In-
that we
You mean
have,
this one right here? This
Yes.
right here?
Browse.
Okay.
Yeah.
if we agree to go with this one, or whoever we go with, we want ownership of all of their research information and their conclusion, how they derived at that point, how they got there. I would like that. What it's based on. What do you think?
But that's the one I would recommend.
Yeah, so I guess I'll make a motion that we use Kraus
Rousey.
to do this work at a price not to exceed $900.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? The motion has been made and seconded to use David Krause to find the 3 boundary markers at the Grange Hall that are in question, not to exceed $900. Will are you familiar with them, gentlemen, or would you like me to call them, or? Okay.
Now, is he a licensed surveyor?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
He's done a lot of the site plans, he came before the planning board.
That his name looked familiar.
In fact, he did the work on Jim Cropsey.
Okay.
Would you mind getting in touch with him and explaining that the map, and maybe we can also give him a copy of the butter
Yep.
this way?
I'll get one of those plans and give it to him, and then he can do his own thing.
Particularly the new one, I mean.
Yep.
Okay. All right, a motion's been made and seconded. Any more discussion on it? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Or did I just have a blank moment?
Okay. Peter Holden, we talked about.
A little more conversation on the Grange.
Yes.
Sandy? John Bernard, has that gone before the Conservation Commission? I understand it didn't go before the Planning Board. His proposal to put that parking lot in and...
No, the only thing that came before the planning board was strictly a subdivision. The only reason he started the whole thing off, he showed the planning board that same picture he showed us with the colored-in areas, and he said he was showing it to the planning board because the selectmen had asked him to. He did not go into any detail about it, other than the fact that he was negotiating with the selectmen for these easements, and that he was only there for a simple subdivision, and that was it. And obviously, everything conformed to the Tilton zoning regulations, so there was no reason not to approve it.
Is part of his subdivision to fill in that area?
No, his subdivision is just to divide the land, that's all it is.
Oh, that's right, I'm thinking site plan, okay.
He does have a dredge and fill.
So he has filed for a dredge and fill.
And that will go before the Conservation Commission. Whether he has contacted them or not, I do not know.
Okay. My concern is I was over there last weekend, just before the rain, I can't say exactly when, looking at that, the 15 feet easement he wants. And to get him a decent enough distance away from the building, so that, because unless we asphalt it, all it does is going to go in the kitchen area.
Exactly, it is.
He's going to have a huge area he'd have to fill in.
Right.
And then I'm thinking about his setback from New Hampshire Department of Transportation Route 311, because there is a boundary there.
Yep.
And I don't see how that would fit.
No,
on that one corner, I don't see how it would fit.
On that one corner, you're literally going to be within feet of our bathroom and kitchen area.
Yep.
And that's going to cause a huge dust problem, because if it's going to be gravel.
Right.
You know, I would love to see that work out. The alternative to that is that he, knowing where our boundaries are, but he pave all the way to the building, and that would allow us to angle parking for seniors on the side of the building, and that would cut down on the dust going across to that path in the back.
Well, might I suggest to you, and I say this because I've seen this happen before, if you're going to have that side paved, you're going to have some kind of a curbing or something up against the building, because the water will run right down and get underneath your foundation.
And then, do you want automobiles driving that close to what is your kitchen with their exhaust?
Right. So,
and I thought of all these things as I stood there, and I could not see how this is going to fit.
And did we actually measure the point where he would like us to come where the wetlands are, where we are actually going to have a parking lot in front of the outbuilding, where he will cut the trees down.
No.
I know it's going to, this went out. Okay, we're back now. I know that he said that we would have to give a grace period of a couple of feet because we would not be within a 20-foot setback, but we would be within a couple of feet of that.
Yes.
I think we need to find out how many feet that is.
Yeah, I've got some concerns about how all this is going to fit. I mean, I don't mind, maybe a footpath easement across our property.
Right.
But I've got grave concerns about
I have
cars.
I do. I have concerns too, and I just don't.
He also made the statement that if the easement didn't happen, he would just have a footpath across from whatever he does for park.
But it didn't
But you
sound like
also-
he needed our property to do that.
Not the footpath.
That he would do the dredge and fill and have the
Right.
footpath go
Footpath,
that
correct,
way.
right.
And not do the parking for us.
Correct.
Because he's
And we
already
wouldn't
got
have the
his
parking, right.
driveway curb cut for both of the lots that he's created.
Right.
Now, my next question to you is, and big if, but there's been talk about it, if this survey we have done shows, well, the pin, particularly where his parking lot is, if that pin is at the edge of the parking lot, would he not have to remove that portion of that parking lot to suffice the setback from our property with his structure?
I would say that when it happened, if it had been brought to his attention and made to happen right then, that I could agree with you, but he does have the option of going to the zoning board and asking for a variance for after the fact.
For asphalt on our property?
Well, not if
He
it's
can
on
get a
our...
zoning variance?
No. If it's on art, no, I thought she meant in his setback.
I meant, well, I don't know if it's going to be on his property. I was saying,
But
if it's at
if-
least on the line,
If his asphalt is on the range parking lot,
The setback.
he has to remove that. That's a
he has to
given.
remove
I
that.
thought he was
But-
rather cavalier about the fact that it could possibly be.
Yeah.
I did too.
Well, that's what
But-
he
It is.
said, but...
What he said what he said at your meeting
Yeah.
was that it may be, but I'm not concerned about that. And it's
Right.
like, that's a little cavalier if you think you got pavement on somebody else's property.
But I mean,
So I guess my question is, if it's on the boundary, how do we get him to comply with the 25-foot setback where he already has a parking lot?
it's a 20-foot
Or
setback.
20-foot?
But the thing of it is
I'm stuck
he
on the
could
wetland.
go and plead his case to the ZBA and
But
try...
as could we.
Yes.
So if the pin is here, and the
Because-
pin is here, and, well, if the pin is here, I should say, and it goes up, our property goes here, why not just say pave that and angle parking there? And then it wouldn't matter. And then on the building, senior parking only.
I mean, have him pave our parking lot instead of having to remove his?
Because the other thing is...
You'd have to create a demarcation between his and ours, or ours would
Correct.
always be filled with his.
Well, that's why you put senior...
That's why you would on the
range parking
building.
But you'd want to do something that would, let people know that it's...
Right.
Well, so I'm
range
just,
parking lot?
I am, seriously, I'm only brainstorming here.
Oh, no, and that's what I'm doing.
I
I'm
don't,
just-
I have, my
thinking of
concern
these
is,
things.
my concern right now, and you could probably better tell me about this, my concern is right now that you have, this is asphalt, and this is dirt. We have this huge puddle, like right here. It is a puddle all the time.
Yeah.
And it comes within this much of the building.
Right.
So this has to be corrected somehow.
You would
because we're
have to
always gonna
bring
have that.
in good crush bank run
Yep.
and pitch your dirt away well, not dirt, your gravel away from the building, and then your asphalt, when that's laid down, if you chose to asphalt it, would also pitch away from the building, and you could create a swale, basically between his property and yours.
Right.
Which
So
brings
that
up another
Any
question.
water rushing off of his would hit that swale as well.
And go there.
And go
To the road.
to the road. Which brings up another question. What happens if we do this right of access? Where's the snow storage?
There isn't any. We no longer have snow storage. That was my other issue.
No issue. Well,
We'd have to haul it away.
yeah. Either that or,
Every snowstorm, you're going to haul away?
well, you wouldn't do every single storm, but any big storms would probably have to all be,
You would be, well, you'd have to have a place to plow your snow to.
right.
That parking lot area.
you would have
this
a
would
place
be-
here.
Yeah, this would be,
Well,
there just wouldn't be any place to plow it here.
right.
Right.
Because you'd be abutting his parking lot as
Correct.
well, and you wouldn't want to park it, you
Right.
definitely don't want to pile it against the building.
Right.
Right.
So you would have to plow it around the side and put it somewhere out there. You could not do this easement with him because you would not have any snow storage at all. And then you would get in a situation where you'd either have to, depending on the amount of snow, you'd either have to haul it away or get somebody with a tractor and a bucket to pile it up
Right.
for a while, which I could do that. But you would definitely, by giving him that easement, have a huge snow storage problem.
Unless he would allow
Unless in the
you-
easement, he would allow you to store it on his property.
Right. If you could push it straight back onto his
Yeah.
property.
All right, so we have to talk about snow storage.
Yep.
We have to talk, after we get the boundaries.
Yep.
So then we have to talk about the water runoff. And then the setback, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we can, successfully move forward with this. The work is being done as we speak. There's a 200 amp going in this end of the building, separate. It's starting to go forward. We met with the manager at Lowe's. He's going to put our idea for a grant. You have to put the grant in first, and then if you meet all the criteria, in order for us to move forward with the grant, you have to take it to the manager and get it approved. So we met with the manager, and he's 100% behind us. He loves the project. It was Lowe's that donated all the lumber to the ramp at the beginning. So he's 100% behind us. What a love he is. I met him for the first time yesterday. And so that, going forward with that portion and another phase to be done with the Grange siding, we'll know tomorrow whether or not we get the grant for the siding, insulation, and the roofing from the New Hampshire Preservation.
An FYI that I keep forgetting to bring up. I'm going to bring it up so somebody takes note of it. We have had so many entities like Lowe's really, in these hard economic times, come to our rescue at times with donations and monies, that I think that we should have a page in the town report where we recognize
No question.
That's a great idea.
recognize these benefactors to the town, because a lot of townspeople don't know. Not everybody watches the selectmen's meetings, but I think the townspeople should know that these, especially these stores, don't just bring the pain-in-the-butt traffic and headaches we get from them being there, but that they pay us in kind with their generosity.
They have been, I'll tell you, for the seniors, they have been
Yeah.
just outstanding, absolutely outstanding. Okay, and he was willing, yesterday, Mike had said he's willing to work with us on materials to make our dollars stretch further. So, I mean, he's just incredible man.
Oh,
Anyway.
gonna change these.
All right, we have 2 letters that Joyce had given us for the budget. One is for the commissions, going out to the commission and committees for the 2011, for the 2012 budget requests. So if you want to just take a look at that, and maybe we can sign that. And then we have one going out to the department heads to get their, Norm, you can start that one. Geez, we're moving right along. Yeah.
I don't know if the Budget Committee could stand this. October 31st, it's unheard of. What a precedent.
Isn't it exciting? I'm hoping, I've sent out an email to Tony asking if we still are going to work together on the outside agencies. I'm assuming we are, but I don't really want to assume.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I agree with you, but I hope we do.
I hope we do, because it worked out so nicely last year.
Yes.
What do you think?
I'm sorry, I was kind of concentrating on
My
this.
spaciness rubbing off on you? Working with the Budget Committee on the outside agencies.
Yes. If we can sit down
I'm
and
just
they
gonna- I'll be
talk
right
We
to
don't
us
have our
once, they
vehicle
can ask
here,
their
so-
questions, we can ask our
Well, I
questions,
can
and all the
take 'em
questions
home,
get
but-
answered.
I told him not until the end of the meeting, so he may
Yeah.
call Sylvia instead, so I'm just gonna check.
The only one thing I would love to change in that process, and maybe you can make this happen, Catherine, because you're the liaison, is that we get copied on the minutes during that time period.
I think that's just a request to Johanna.
Okay,
Catherine, would you ask Johanna to,
that would be great.
CC
Just
the-
during the period of, right, when they come and meet, because it's always good to reflect back and look in the minutes as well to, and where it's not a selectmen's meeting, we actually meet the budget committee, we're not getting the minutes.
this is a duplicate?
No, it's one,
One's to the department heads.
this is the commissions, the boards and commissions.
Oh. This is
Oh, that's
12,
department
this is
heads, the
12
one you-
department heads. Oh, that's the only difference?
Yep. No, because this one talks about the raise, this one talks about 2.5%, this
Oh, I
one
wondered
doesn't.
why that was missing.
Right.
See, I told you my spaciness. School starts soon, school starts soon. Okay. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Contract or anything.
yeah, I know, it's premature.
Yeah.
I'll talk to him.
We're signing this for the day that she took off today?
Yes, yeah, today.
I thought she wasn't answerable to us, but why do we have to even sign that?
We do this because
Paper trail.
Cindy was the deputy. She was an employee. And when she became the town clerk, the town continued to give her the benefits of being an employee, which was not necessary, but the selectmen at the time agreed to do that.
Oh, okay.
And it has continued on. So she does this because it's a reciprocation. So she adheres to the employee manual as it pertains to that. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah.
So if she really wanted to get unruly, we don't have to provide her with any benefits?
If we didn't sign this, she could still take the day off.
But we don't have to provide her with benefits?
It would be a vote of the Board of
Also, let it come
Selectmen,
after.
and probably the town.
Well, you said it about done.
We
And
could,
I'm not, believe you me, I'm not advocating
no,
that at all. I
it-
think, you know, anybody that puts in 40 hours a week
She usually
with the
comes
town should get something, regardless of whether they were elected or hired.
yeah, she certainly does her job. But yes, the Board of Selectmen could opt to suggest to the legislative body that we just complete.
I advise you to, if you have some personal things over there on the desk, because I do, I would, if you either put them in one of the drawers over there or take them home, because they're going to be moving everything next week.
They're not going to touch, like, the rack on the wall, correct?
Nope. No.
Just
That goes in the
stuff
to
on
be
floor.
signed.
We have it to be signed folder somewhere?
I'm holding.
Oh, I'm sorry. Great. You know what, I could put that in the file cabinet, okay.
The file cabinets are going too.
Right, but they're not going to open the file cabinets.
No, they're not. All right, I think, well, do you want to talk a little bit about employee evaluations?
I was just going to tell everybody that I'm going to schedule my employee evaluations for this coming week. So, that's moving forward. And that's really about
Is
it.
everybody okay with that, with her just going to do that and just do it? And
Absolutely,
get
yes.
them done and,
Thank you.
okay. I have to do the chiefs, I haven't done that yet. Nice job on the overtime, second week in a row, yay.
Yes.
Give that man a cookie.
I have a thought.
The budget might be
While
saved
I'm
after all.
Looking at Cindy's pay time off request form,
Yep.
we have asked her, she's an elected official and she runs her own office, we all know this, but we have asked her occasionally in the past to let the town administrator know
Right.
the hours of her office, if she's going to be gone, conventions and that sort of thing. And I'm not sure if that's taking place, but periodically it is not. The Board of Selectmen in the past, since I've been a selectman, have actually made a written request of her. I mean, it goes to the functionality of town hall.
Right.
The town administrator should know the comings and goings and, you know, if her office is going to be closed, who's going to be there, who's not.
I say it's not,
So, I mean, as a request.
Not always, right.
it's not always, because last week we had in the payables, we had a payable to the hotel up in North Conway for the conference in October, and if you read it, both the deputy and the town clerk tax collector will be away during a portion of that time. And
Well, I know
I
that
was downstairs in Catherine's office and saying, oh, okay, both of them are going to be gone, and Joyce was not aware of it.
because she was not aware of it.
Not aware of it, no. Not aware of it.
Okay,
Neither
so-
was I, so I know Kim's going overnight someplace, but I wasn't aware of it either.
So maybe it's, and I brought this up because I saw that, and I know she has
Patty at Maple Court.
conventions in the fall, but maybe it's time for us to send her another written, as a request from us.
Sure. I think it's a good idea.
It's a
because-
reminder,
A
really.
friendly reminder.
It's a reminder.
Wouldn't hurt, just try to, so that we can,
It makes it easier for everyone if we know.
right.
Well, it also helps the administrator when others, other than the elected official, are having vacation times, because certainly if the administrator knew that that office was going to be closed, or two people from that office were going to be gone, then other vacations might be scheduled differently, or days off around it. It's that sort of thing.
Yep.
And I just think it's time for another reminder. Sounds like it.
We have a couple of sets of minutes that we need to get done. And we can breeze through those, and then we'll talk about, you still want to talk about the deeded property a little bit?
Oh. I was thinking of
We've been
No.
talking about
The
too many
pond.
different properties here.
I'd like to make a motion, we bring up the minutes of July 14th for discussion and approval.
Second.
I don't think I still have
All those in favor?
Aye.
I don't still have them. I brought them home.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was way too long ago.
I know. Bye, Donna.
Night.
Are you going to do reports from selectmen also?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
'Cause I have.
Absolutely. I think that's what's left, is approval of minutes, reports from selectmen, and then
Okay.
we wanted to talk about the deed and get Catherine to go home.
Yep.
Allergies are so bad.
I've already read these,
Yep.
so I'm reading the other ones that I haven't.
Is there any more discussion on July 14th, 2011? Are you still reading, Norm? Okay.
I'm
Okay.
skimming.
No, that's all right, we can wait.
The only thing I saw is under Finance Officer Tim Pearson. Third line down, it says 2011 budget. Is that line on there for a reason?
It just wouldn't go.
Okay. I thought maybe something had been left out or something.
I think there's only one L in Chili's. I think.
Just one L.
In Chili's?
C-H-I-L-I. Yep. Yep. Did you see, speaking of Chili's, how nice the sign looks? They're going way in back of it now.
Yeah,
They're trimming all the way in back. Is that you?
No, I drove by and I thought, gee, what if they listen to our meetings? I was pleased.
Yeah.
I was
No,
very
it's really
surprised.
nice.
Oh, it's really nice.
Although I keep meaning to notice, did they put the D back? I was so
No.
busy looking at the
No.
landscaping,
No, as of today, no.
so it's still gone.
So I had to go up and bring my mother to the doctor this morning, and then I went back later to bring her grocery shop, and then, no. It's probably lost.
You would think it would be just down there in the shrubbery.
Yeah, well, maybe it got whacked by a lawnmower, too.
I was gonna say, could have gotten chewed up with a lawnmower.
I think if they could just take the one off the back.
Asking for 15 by 15 easement, that's not true. He's not asking, it's not 15 feet.
What is it?
It's longer than 15 feet.
Oh, yeah, I was only going by this. It's not, yeah.
But it's in the
width.
minutes.
Yeah, I was
15
going,
by 15.
width is 15 feet.
We need to take this out.
But the easement is it's longer than 15.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put a question there. All right, is there any more discussion on July 14th, 2011 minutes?
No, I'm good.
All those in favor of approving the minutes as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to bring the minutes of July 21st to the floor for discussion and approval.
Second. On the first page, when we're talking about John Bernard, about halfway down, it says, Mr. Bernard said what he's asking for in return is a 15 by 15 easement from the selectmen, as he feels this will solve the parking problem. I don't believe that 15 by 15 is what he's looking for. I believe that it's a lot longer than 15 feet. So I think, to be certain about that, I think we should leave that out and just say easement. 15 feet would actually probably only bring you to a little before the outbuilding.
Just above that, it says, he is proposing an easement of 40 by 80 feet that will allow 5 parking spots. Mr. Bernard showed where the access would be on a map that he presented to the board. Mr. Bernard said he spoke with Mr. Kimball of District 3 Department of Transportation, and he does not have a problem with. I think it should be the access.
Yeah, add the access.
Yes, you just ended it with. So...
There's some small things on that page, down below that.
Chair
Constantino. Chair Constantino suggested he put rail around his building. And I don't know if that was rails plural or the rail.
It's a new benefit.
And then the next sentence said, Mr. Bernard said is okay. Probably Mr. Bernard said he is okay with this.
Yeah.
That's a little bit, yeah, that's probably it. Little stuff. Just makes it easier to read.
Oh, dear. On page 3, the entire discussion on town clerk, tax collector, in the hours work week, the 4-day work week, and all of that discussion, that was really, she is brainstorming and trying to come up with ideas. So the last sentence of the first paragraph, it says, Cindy is proposing the office hours would be 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Thursday, as a permanent change. I think if we...
Right, just get rid of the permanent change as suggestions, say, because we really...
As a suggestion, because she's come before us a couple of times now with different ideas and suggestions, not permanent changes.
Right.
I'm reading the portion on the parking. Chief, did you bring a list of people that were, how many tickets that were issued since parking, and who, what, when, and why? On the 9th page, on page 9, under Selectmen Jessamine, the third line, I think that should say RSA 53:10.
Yeah.
I'm back on page 4 or 5, talking about the public hearing. In the middle of the last line on page 4, it says, Roman numeral 4, prohibit discrimination among customers of basic service. What?
Among.
There's something missing.
Among customers of basic service?
Among? Is that it?
Prohibit discrimination amongst
Amongst?
customers with basic service.
Well,
But you've written amount.
wow.
Oh, it's amongst? Amongst, okay.
Wow. Want a cookie? You have to give him one.
Something.
Have one, Jane. I brought those.
They're addicting.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you like coconut.
Love coconut.
Well, I didn't bring it all. Still in the can.
We have not made a decision on the community service work person. Remember the letter of apology for the lights, the light bulbs?
Oh,
Right.
What his final payment was
Right.
going to be, and we said haphazardly that we would fine the teacher for teaching them how to write that way.
yes, we have not.
And go over and clean up the dog poop in the park that the other kid whose dog put it there wouldn't pick up.
Yeah, clean up the dog
Sure.
poop along Main Street around each tree.
Isn't that terrible? And you know,
Disgusting.
I saw a woman walking her dog, and she wasn't an elderly woman, but she's walking her dog. I literally pulled over by the bloomerangs, got out of my vehicle, and I said, "Excuse me, ma'am, but did you know that there's an ordinance and you're not to allow your dog to defecate on the sidewalk or anywhere on town property like that without, picking it up?"
What'd she say?
She went, walked off.
Ma'am, if you don't
And
want...
don't think I was going to call the police department one more time to deal with something downtown that day. No, thank you. But I did, but I know who it is. They live up in the apartments upstairs, because I've seen her since then. They live up on the apartments above,
Tilton House?
no, Bloomerangs.
Oh.
Well, you know, I've seen in other towns where they have plastic bags hanging so many, and a little sign that says, clean up after your pet.
Do you know how cheap it is just to get a little, just bring one of those shop
bags.
Exactly. That's it.
I know.
I have.
Geez, you can
We
get-
have 6 dogs.
you can
We
get
walk
like a
every
box
single
of
day,
100
4
to
times a
150
day.
at the dollar store for a buck.
We have 6 dogs that we walk 4 times a day.
I use sandwich bags.
And we pick up after them. They can. 1 dog. I think it's terrible.
Oh, I know, it
You want to
is.
own a dog, you need to pick up after them.
That's right. But it is awful to walk down Main Street.
gives the-
Every little plot
It gives
that has
the-
a tree
Right.
is just loaded with dog stuff.
Well, it gives us dog lovers
Bad name.
a bad name, and I don't like it. So, anyway. Next thing on the explorers list, if they see somebody, you just tell them.
Hey, can I, first off...
It's after you waddle in between the bike riders and the skateboarders.
Technically, you never took a vote on the motion to bring this minutes to the floor for discussion, but that being said, I'd like to move on if there are no more. I will make the motion that we accept the minutes of July 21st as amended.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, aye.
Okay, Catherine, we need to get a price for the lights, for the light bulbs, for the young man that broke them. You have a note, okay. Maybe next week, and then we can make a decision on that? Good. All right. Noam, you have something for us?
Well, I mean, I brought up the reference about the dog defecating in the park because I went to Riverfront Park on Sunday because we were supposed to have a work day there, and either I got there too late or we didn't have it.
No, we had it.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, I was strolling through the park, and there was a bit of trash here, there, and a bit of trash there, so I was picking it up. And when I first got there was a young man and a young woman by the ramp that goes into the river, and there was a dog swimming in the river. And as I proceeded along the brick walkway, the young man came walking across the park, and the dog, which was not on a leash, was following along behind, and it just squatted and did its thing right in the middle of the grassy area. And I said to the young man, I says, you have to clean that up. He said, I don't have a bag, I just live right over there, I'm gonna go get one. Over there, pointing in the direction of Black Swan Inn, so I assumed he's living in the carriage house. And I said, well, you better get it picked up. And he kind of went into the brushy area like he was going to cut through to the Black Swan Inn. And I said, are you going to pick that up? Yes, I'm going to go get a bag. So I continued around the loop. And, and I waited and I waited and I waited. Now, if he lived over there, it shouldn't have taken more than a couple of minutes to get a bag and come back. So the young lady was still in the park, so I said, is he a friend of yours? Were you with him? She said, no, but I go to school with him. I said, does he live nearby? He lives in a brown house over there, pointing again in the direction of the carriage house. And I told her what I had told him, and she said, I doubt he will be back to pick that up. And he never did come back. So I got home, and I phoned the police. And I got Patrolman Salmon called me back, and he did follow up on it. He went over there, found no one around, left a message with the Black Swan management that this young man was to call him. And even on Monday, I got a follow-up phone call from him stating that after a couple of attempts to go over there and contact somebody, it's still not been contacted. Well, I don't want to waste a lot of police time on something as trivial as that, but it just kind of burned me up that, people think they can walk through the park like that and along Main Street, let their dogs do their business and just continue along their way. It sort of goes along the line with littering. I've seen more trash, it seems like it's getting worse than better along the sides of the roads. These people need to be able to take pride and responsibility for themselves and clean that up.
Well, part of the trash that you see over in Riverfront Park, across the way, just as you're going on Winter Street, and I saw it on a windy day, they leave their trash out the day before.
Yes.
Sometimes it's several bags. And the dogs get into it, the trash is strewn all over the place.
Blown into the
and
park.
it gets blown into the park.
Except I'm not just talking about the trash in Riverfront Park. I'm talking about litter along the roadside.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, up at the cemetery, I'm constantly picking up trash that blows into the cemetery from 132, plus along the edge of the road in front of the cemetery.
I walk down Clark Road
and
picking up
it's
trash.
I pick up trash on my own lawn that gets thrown out of a car when they're going up Clark Road. Right. So it's like, really, people, come on.
Oh, speaking of parks, I don't know if any of you have been to the island, but I could not believe what a fantastic job that the guys did on that fireplace over there.
I meant to check that.
Nice job.
It's beautiful, and it's been all cleaned out. The stonework has all been pointed, and it's got grout in it. I mean, well, I did when I got back. I called Dennis and I said, "Boy, you guys did a fantastic job on that." And they really did. So if you get an opportunity, stop by and look at it. It's like, what?
I think that the joint efforts of both Public Works Department has been excellent.
Yes.
I think we should do an employee appreciation day and have a picnic, a barbecue over there, and just go over there some afternoon, have a barbecue and cook on it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. You mean cook lunch for our employees?
Yeah.
I'll put that.
Sure. I'm not.
I just need to go back to one point you made about it being trivial about the dog stuff. As health officer, it's not trivial because it is a health issue in a public place like that.
I didn't mean
and
to.
he should follow up on that.
I didn't mean to say trivial in terms of but in terms of all the things our police do. Having to track down somebody to clean up after their dog or ticket them for not having done it.
They need to.
I would like to see a few citations written for that if they see people doing it, especially on the Main Street, like Pat just said.
It's disgusting.
These people need to be written a ticket to drive a point home that, that's disgusting.
And I'll tell you,
filthy and it's unhealthy and it's disgusting.
And I'll tell you, thank God for our highway department because they have the nastiest job ever going down on every week and picking that up on Main Street because every single little plot next to the tree has something and it's terrible. It's disgusting.
And most of them, it's so much that you can't, there's nothing you can do.
It's disgusting, and I don't know what we're going to do about it, but maybe we need more police presence down there.
They think that that's their only little piece of lawn that they own, that they can do that?
They must, theoretically, if you're an apartment dweller, you must walk your dog first thing in the morning, and you must walk him when you get home from work. You need an undercover policeman downtown. Dog poop violators.
How much is the fine?
Patrol.
I don't know. But
How much is the fine for that?
Probably not enough.
I want to think it's like 50, but I'll have to look it up.
I think it's $50. That's enough. I wouldn't want to be caught for that. I definitely would not want to get caught for that.
The other thing
Norm's right. We start ticketing for that.
Yeah. And I pointed out to the young lady, I didn't point out, I said, we've got him on camera. The other issue is Patrolman Salmon indicated that they don't have access to that footage. I said, I thought it was playing at the PD 24/7.
We do.
Okay, well, he must not be aware of it.
The park video?
Yeah.
Is somebody monitoring that at the station?
If no one sits there and watches it all the time, we pull it up as we need it, you know.
Wow. And it happened Sunday at about 12:30 if you want a timestamp on it.
Interesting.
This past Sunday?
This past Sunday at about 12:30.
Yeah, see that? He should have looked.
Looked like
Because
It
it
was a white lab mixed dog.
Over and disappeared.
Young man,
A white lab?
well, it looked white. I think it's a mix, but it...
Oh, pit bull?
No, it was more, it looked like a lab, but its color was more white than yellow.
Oh.
And you said blonde-haired young man.
old.
He's between 17 and 20. The girl indicated they go to school together, so maybe he's like a senior in high school.
Halifax for electricity. Why do we pay PSNH?
Oh, I didn't think we were.
I didn't either.
The other thing is, I got a piece of mail from a resident in Samerton who, well, he was just passing something on that was brought to I don't know if it was sent to him and why, I don't know. He's a former selectman and a former state representative living in Samerton. From the people in the cooperative at Gaslight Village regarding the betterment fees. He forwarded it to me. He said he wasn't even sure what it was all about. He received it and he just sent it on to me.
What does it say?
Well, it's a letter written, and it's really more of an issue for the, and I was going to bring it and I forgot it, but it's more of an issue for the sewer commissioners to start with than the selectmen. But they basically...
Is it about the sewer or is it about the betterment?
The betterment fees for the sewer.
Same thing.
And they don't feel like, because they're not tied in, that they should be paying, and it's kind of unfair and blah, 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 but it's like, it does
Law allows
better
it.
your real estate, you
Law
know.
allows it.
But I thought it
Another
was...
group that we're
It is something for the sewer.
disheartened about.
Yeah, the sewer commissioners need to deal with that.
Right.
But it, the law allows it, so.
Yeah, well, I'm just
They've been paying that.
telling you that I
Haven't they been
received
paying that for quite a while? That's not a new system down there. The sewer line down
No,
at
this is
Gaslight, oh, you're in
Gaslight.
Lockmere.
Yeah, Lockmere.
I was up the
Oh.
other end.
And it's Lockmere is how they spelled Lockmere consistently.
Lockmere.
Yep.
That's very sad. I have a question maybe you could answer. If we're paying Halifax American for electricity, why do we always also pay PSNH?
We have to pay PSNH for distribution.
I want to see the map.
Wow.
On what?
We pay a lot for electricity.
And we didn't convert every meter we've got over to Halifax American.
No, but I noticed that the town hall, which I thought was Halifax,
It is.
also is listed in the PSNH.
Yeah, but there's distribution fees because PSNH owns the lines and a good share of the poles. So they are the distributors of the product.
So we're paying them $701.59 to PSNH for distributing electricity. That seems like a lot. And we're paying, I don't know what the itemized is for Halifax.
Well, the year's not up, and Tim was going to wait until the year was up to make a decision whether or not. He said, one quarter, we were
But during
saving money, and then we weren't saving money, and we were breaking even, and he said, wait the year, right?
Yeah, what he said was the quarters that are off-peak, which are spring and fall, we save money
Right.
with Halifax American. In the summer and winter, the peak quarters, it's actually costing more.
Right.
Here's Town Hall.
So, at the end of the year, it may not, it may just balance itself out. We don't really save anything.
Yeah, what you have to see is what the net was for the whole year.
Right.
Damn.
Of course, I'll reiterate this, I'm sure you're aware of it, but we actually are getting a slightly better rate, and not just us, but Northfield, Sanbornton, although Sanbornton, I don't think they could cash in on it as much because most of their power comes from the co-op. Yeah, Northfield, Tilton, Sanbornton, Belmont are really getting the better deal because of the school district, Winnisquam School District being the largest public user of electricity in this area. Belmont tried to get Shaker Regional to look at it, but they already had their own thing going and they weren't about to change.
I'll tell you what, our kilowatt demand has more than doubled since March.
You can blame that on air conditioning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. August is most impressive. August, I mean, our usage in August of this year is even more than it was last year. It is frightening. Anybody ever think about solar?
Well, the problem with solar is the initial
Investment.
Yeah, but what's the payoff?
I'm still awaiting the report from Dwayne Flanders on his findings.
You're patient.
Well, I buttonholed him and I said, I gotta have that report. And this was, what, 3 weeks ago? And he said he would produce it, but I haven't seen it yet. And he's changed his phone number, so I don't. But he told me where he lives, so I think I could track him down.
You might be responsible for the new phone number.
No, because I've only called him like twice.
Oh, okay.
Actually, both of those times was to return a call he made to me. So I'm done. That's it.
Catherine, do you have anything?
No, I pretty much did mine as we were talking about the topics. So thank you.
It was brought to my attention that there was a farm stand up next to Fast Cash.
Yep, it's been there for years.
Did we give that permission to do that? Do they need a hawkers and peddlers?
No, it's agricultural.
It's only agricultural unless they're doing their own, on their own property. It's not agricultural.
No, it doesn't have to be on their own property.
I beg to differ with you on that one.
Well, that's like the one down, that used to be down by, the diner.
We made them move because we couldn't do that. Because they import their...
Because they import their products.
It's not their own products.
Right.
Well, that
This
particular
one-
one is only imported from Sanbornton.
And that is their own products.
I know, but it's not on their land.
I'd have
It's
to
on
look-
someone else's land.
Hawkers and peddlers, I don't think it,
You know where that falls?
God, hawkers and peddlers. Look in the index. I don't. Probably in town and cities, but I don't.
I mean, if it were on their land and they were selling, like you could sell your vegetables, no problem, on your land because it's agriculture and it's your product, and so you meet with the agricultural laws, it's not a problem, but what difference
But
is
hawkers
that?
and peddlers wouldn't even come into play.
Why wouldn't it? They're selling.
For me.
No, it wouldn't. You're absolutely
But I
right.
don't,
Because you're selling agricultural made from your farm,
But I
your
believe-
wares, your local,
I believe the hawkers and peddlers.
and it's your land.
If I'm remembering, in the hawkers and peddlers, there is a specific clause that excludes agriculture.
Then what gives the right for someone else, such as the people on Main Street, to use somebody else's vegetables and sell it from there, instead of growing their own vegetables and selling their vegetables?
Well, I've argued for years that, well, I haven't argued, it's been my opinion that if I'm going to have a farm stand, and say I'm going to have it somewhere other than my property, right? Fruits of my own labor are not oranges and lemons and tropical fruit that doesn't grow in this climate. Yeah. You know.
I think, no.
You know what I mean? So that should not be allowed. But the Department of Agriculture would argue that it is agriculture, even though that
Okay, it says
are
exceptions.
supplementing.
Under exceptions, the provision of this chapter shall not apply to the following. Itinerant vendors as defined in RSA 321:1. Any person selling the product of his own labor or the labor of his family or the product of his own farm or one he tills.
So,
It's not on his land, though.
Doesn't say that it
Doesn't
has
have
to be
to
on
be.
their land. Because
if it was on his own land, we wouldn't be having
We
a
just made someone last year move
because
their farm stand because it was not their, no, yeah, I know that we made them move that because it was not on their land. It does not fall under the agricultural
I thought the conversation was
exception to
because
the hawkers and peddlers.
they were
And we said, you have to have a hawkers and peddlers. The people on Main Street, the people up here on Main Street that sell vegetables, they're not their own vegetables. They do not grow those vegetables that they sell.
Right. Well, they don't, you mean like the flower stand? Mm-hmm. Well, the argument there that was made, remember he came in, was that those things are purchased from his family on the farm.
Excuse me.
The one,
Did you
he
check it out?
He came into town hall.
I
The one at the
seriously
Tilton
checked that one
Diner,
out.
I thought, was told because they were selling
Is
citrus
related
fruit.
to the one down there.
The one that was at the Tilton Diner, I thought
related
they
to
were
the one
told they
down
had to get a
here.
hawkers and peddlers because they had citrus fruit. I don't remember.
Wrong.
But I do know,
I think we're wrong on that one.
which one?
Both of them.
Which one?
We should not be allowing farm stand up there. That means anybody
We
can
don't-
have a farm stand. Abbott's can go up there.
That's right.
The Broadview Farm can go up there.
That's right.
Anybody can go up there and have a farm stand anytime that they want to have a farm
Yep.
stand. No, they can't. Do you know how many farm
that what you
stands you'll
just
have
read?
all over the place?
That's what he just read. The law allows it.
No, it doesn't. I think you need to look a little bit further than that.
Well, I talked to Department of Agriculture about what they defined as a farm stand and fruits of their own labor.
I do too,
And they
on
chuckled.
a daily basis sometimes.
They chuckled at me. And that was when this fellow
So we
came
are
in.
classifying that fruits and vegetables are exempt from hawkers and peddlers. I want the world to hear that.
No.
Are you saying that
No,
fruits
no,
and vegetables
no,
are
no,
not?
No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying any person selling the product of his own labor or the labor of his family or the product of his own farm or the one he tills.
So if someone made pottery, right? and they wanted to have a stand on somebody else's property, they wouldn't need a hawkers and peddlers license.
As long as they made it.
As long as they made it. As long as it didn't say
Somebody
made in
making,
Japan.
making cutting boards and wood
That
burning.
is not what we've been doing.
Well, I
That
mean,
is not what
that's-
we've been doing.
And this is exemptions from the description, from hawkers and peddlers, and you got to go back to the definitions of what a hawker and peddler is. The term hawker and peddler shall mean and include any person as defined by RSA 358-A:1, either principal or agent who, 1, travels from town to town or from place to place in the same town, selling or bartering or carrying for sale or barter or exposing therefore any goods, wares, or merchandise either on foot or from any animal, cart, or vehicle, or 2, travels from town to town or place to place, offering personal services, repairs, etc.
What's an itinerant vendor?
We stopped the vendor from doing that at the diner.
I thought that was, I don't remember, but I thought it was
We
because they did
specifically
not have...
stopped the vendor from doing that at the
That's because he
diner.
wasn't selling things of his own labor.
It was his family's.
He had citrus fruit there.
It was from his family in New Jersey.
Citrus
Still
fruit?
his family,
You don't
yes.
grow oranges in New Jersey. You have to be...
I'm telling you, it's from his family.
You don't grow oranges in New Jersey.
You ask him, he'll tell you it's from his family.
Yeah, well, that's what this one down here did, too.
Are you going to go to New Jersey and find out?
They don't grow oranges in New Jersey unless they've got...
I think we're really wrong on this. I'm going to call the agriculture and get back to you next week. I'll call Gail McWilliam Jelly.
Well, it's not...
I'll call Gail McWilliam Jelly and get a clarification on it, because I'm not satisfied with that. We have wronged some people in the town of Tilton on hawkers and peddlers. We have wronged them.
Then we need to fix it, but that...
We've wronged them because there are people that have grown trees that wanted to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
You need to talk to the local government center, because that's law, not Department of Agriculture.
I'm going to talk to the Department of Agriculture first. There are several RSAs that govern the Department of Agriculture, not just hawkers and peddlers.
Right, but the hawkers and peddlers is an RSA. It's not an administrative rule.
Well, there's RSAs governing agricultural, too.
Right, but if you want a clarification
I know
on that,
those.
that's legal. I called them to find out what the heck is product of your own, whatever it's labor. I mean, think about it. It's pretty vague.
I think it's pretty vague anyway, because anybody could put up a stand on the side of the road. I mean, look at the guy across the street, Jim. I mean, if he wants to sell all his product up the road on a vacant lot, as long as he gets permission from the vacant lot owner, you're telling me he could sell that.
As long as he meets that
All his
definition.
wood products that he makes.
Yep.
That's absurd. No, I don't think so.
That's what it says.
No, I think you're interpreting that incorrectly. Do you have anything, Sandy?
No, I already said what I wanted to say.
Okay, make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Want to get the tape?
No,
Wow.
non-pub?
Yeah, that's...
Oh, we wanted a non-pub. Oh, wait a minute,
Oh, do we want to...
Big mouth.
I have to
Yeah, do we want to talk
reconvene. Yeah, we need to do that.
about... Okay.
So,
Well, we didn't take a vote on the motion, so I guess you
You can withdraw your motion.
withdraw it.
yep, I'll withdraw it.
I don't... Oh, no, you made the
Doesn't
motion.
want
I
to.
can't not withdraw.
I just withdraw it already.
I don't believe a motion can be withdrawn if the seconder doesn't withdraw.
Do you,
What do we...
do you want this in non-pub, or do you want this in the regular?
I think under the circumstances, we're kind of negotiating a deal. I think it should be a non-pub, because I'm probably going to say things that
Okay, we'll just be a
Might
few
not be very
minutes.
flattering.
Do you want to text Kim and tell her to come pick us up?
I'll take you home.
All right, she'll take us. Okay. All right, I make a motion that we enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, matters which discussed in public would likely affect adversely the reputation of any person, which is C.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, I make a motion that we seal the minutes of the non-public meeting as they pertain to matters if discussed in public adversely
Could
adversely affect the reputation of others permanently or till the matters are resolved, until the matters are resolved is better.
Second.
All right. Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes. I make a motion to keep the current charges for Milford Trust, R19-15-5, R19-15-6, the taxes as of 8/26 for $6,537.21 with a 15% penalty of $8,925. Obviously, that will change to when he actually comes in and pays it, for a total of $15,462.21. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, she did.
Sandy seconded it, so we are not forgiving the penalty on the Milford Trust.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that motion?
Do we need to
Well, she only said she'd like to make the motion. She didn't make one.
I'm making a motion to adjourn.
That what?
We need to seal the minutes.
I did.
We
You
did.
did? Okay, I
You
missed
were
it.
over there putting stuff
Yeah,
away.
I missed it.
Okay. All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
He is so patient.